ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL,
Welcome back to Season 51 of the ESL Challenger League. We continue on to the lower bracket finals. I'm T-Time, joined by Michael, Yumi, Cassidy, and we have ourselves a little bit of an interesting tete-a-tete, the Mongolian derby, to decide who will be facing our grand finalists in the finals, which is where the grand finalists generally do wait up for ourselves.
That's true.
The Chinggis Warriors going up against NEXVOID. Michael, the prodigal son of Urkas, returning from down under for a second time, and right in front of him is, of course, the Chinggis Warriors, who, listen, kind of the always almost team, except for, hey, maybe we make a major, maybe we make a tier 1, but we're never really quite at the top.
Yeah, no, I mean, they've definitely had some struggles in consistency for some time, and some of that has been to do with the roster that they've been able to field, whether they've been able to retain pieces, or whether they're making a couple of changes to try and improve themselves. You know, coming into this year, they started with Ligru, who, you know, with their previous run-ins that they've had against this NEXVOID team, they've actually been able to play and have actually, they've won more series than they've lost than this versus this new team, but that is the way that we have to frame things for NEXVOID, is that they are a new team, even though there's a lot of players that you'll recognize from previous projects within the Mongolian circuit, whether that's the notoriety of someone like Urkast as a player, then coach, then player, then coach. He's definitely brought something to the table, because they've been competing and actually found a reliability and a consistency that the Chinggis Warriors have struggled to actually achieve for themselves.
Absolutely, and look, as far as the NEXVOID team is concerned, it's also sort of impressive what they've managed to do, but we'll talk about that in a second. Just as a reminder about what is at stake, of course. Second place finish over here guaranteed for any team that wins over here. If you lose, you're consigned to $1,500. If you win, you're still in the running for $5,000 as a first place prize of 10. But it's not just about the money. Obviously, it's also about the chance to actually fight for a slot in the ESL Pro League. This is one of the only non-VRS invitational ways that you can get into a tier 1 circuit in the modern day, where there's still like a proper system. It's not just a single elimination qualifier and the like. So it is very important for these teams to continue doing well over here. Fengda, of course, having already won one of these cups, are already in the grand finals, and if they win it twice, and they get a easier pathway to Pro League by having to play less series if the format is the same as it was last season. So NEXVOID and Chinggis Warriors want to put themselves in that position. NEXVOID, though, talking about them once again, Michael, it's really interesting to me, because when I look at all of these players, say for maybe Mick, who is kind of this equivalent of Rooks in a lot of ways, that I've always been impressed by what he has to put forward, but he's never been impressive enough for me to advocate him going to a team like the Mongols or whatnot, right? This is a team that is made up of players that have been completely discarded, and Urkas has come through and picked them up and is sort of giving them a second chance in a lot of ways. And that's exactly the kind of project I want to see a guy coming in who's a veteran, who has, you know, a lot of IGLing experience, even if some of it might be questionable, and a lot of coaching experience where he's got a lot to prove over here coming back to his local scene. Yeah,
and it felt like some of the players were just kind of floating in the ether of the Mongolian circuit, because there are some teams that are still competing, and you know, you look at like the Cube, or you look at the Huns, or, you know, a lot of these more long-standing rosters. Not all of them necessarily had slots, and I don't know what the behind the scenes is of how friendly everybody is with one another. I imagine there's a decent amount of camaraderie, but there can still be cliques that form, and so these guys sort of found themselves outside of that. Then when Urkast is available, yeah, it seemed like this was kind of just a project that they scrambled together with players that are available to see how far that they can achieve, and so far it's been really looking up. I mean, the amount of success they've struck so quickly is a massive surprise. They become a legitimate contender, and although they're much further down the rankings than some other teams within their region, they're very rapidly climbing those charts and showing to be a provable threat to quite a few of these Mongolian teams that maybe fell a little stagnant.
Yeah, and especially when you consider that this is this team is likely going to also have some roster moves coming in later on, although we don't really know who that is. There will be a big Asian shuffle to transpire on a certain level with all of these players who are on the bench, right? Chinggis Warriors, obviously have people like Yami out of the bench. We've seen, I mean, even forget the bench, just people like Controllers and Coolest who just, sort of darting back and forth between teams all the time anyway. There is a world where NEXVOID ends up becoming the second best Mongolian team potentially, because we have seen teams like the Huns, teams like Chinggis Warriors, be a little bit questionable in trying to take their seat underneath the throne of the Mongols, right? And it's very rare, Michael, that we actually have this, where there's this much chaos in a region about who the second best team is. And Chinggis Warriors and NEXVOID, both of them are in very hot contention for that.
Yeah, and to be clear, the core of this roster, it does sort of stem from the embers of what remains of
Yes.
Atox after, that roster had some, we'll not get into the issues, but some issues that arose. And so there's an inherent amount of cohesion. Some of that is probably carried forward from that project, but yeah, they were struggling to get themselves into a position where they could actively compete in these tournaments. And yeah, Urcast and Oceana, all
I like to make a
see.
joke. I like to make a joke that the only way Urcast was convinced to come back to Mongolia was by having a little bit of Oceania in him as well.
I was getting there as well. Yeah, no, I mean, Oceana is really the only one that's not really like a proven piece. Like, he kind of played within the Mongolian circuit from 17, 16, but inside of a Vizora esports roster where there's not a lot of names that you'd recognize. So he's kind of been floating around the scene. He's stood in for a couple of teams at the odd event. And it's kind of nice to see him on a team with more established players for him to get a chance. He's only 18 years old. He's a bit of an entry player, and hoping that this can be the leg up for them. We do have the veto on screen, and I don't think there's many surprises with this. Chinggis Warriors, we talked about it yesterday when we covered them. They love snap picking into that nuke, and NEXVOID have been leaning quite heavily into the Inferno, though they dart around with a Dust 2 or an Overpass, so they'll be very satisfied that Dust 2 has made it through as a decider.
Yeah, of course, last time these two teams actually ended up playing each other on Nuke, it was a very hotly contested map, so I'm a little bit surprised to see Chinggis Warriors go for that one again. Of course, they had a very good game on it yesterday, but, on Nuke back then, you had the expected players popping off. And when I say the expected players, for me, look, man, Zesta is obviously an exciting prospect. I think accuracy... I'm less than excited about him, but I'm happy to be proven wrong. But for me, this is still going to be a very much Mick and Urcast spurred on team in the early rounds especially. These are the two major decision makers for how the entire CT side especially will be working for them, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how they can actually come up against the Chinggis Warriors Nuke. Why? Because you've got Rooks and Coolest doing God knows what all ungodly things yesterday that we saw versus Fangdan. Is generally the Chinggis Warriors style of ye of little faith situations.
Yeah, I mean, if you just think about the amount of firepower and sort of game-changing players, Chinggis Warriors feel like they have more of them. We can look at NEXVOID and say Mick or Zesta are able to have these massive pop-off performances, but occasionally you'll get an Urcast. Occasionally you'll get some good games out of accuracy, and there's really not as much that we can say forward for Oceana. And so when you put these two head-to-head, the only real liability you could look at on the Chinggis Warrior side is that, Redka isn't really supposed to be on the roster. He's their coach that is standing in. Ligru is unable to take part for one reason or another, and we saw some difficulties when it came to maps like Mirage, where players like Tikuak have Redka as a support, and the two just don't seem to be necessarily on the same page about how to react or how to create their setups to enable one another properly. So this is not the fighting force Chinggis Warriors as they've had to deal with in some of their previous outings, and it actually leaves it in a position where NEXVOID, even though they're further down those rankings, even though they've been able to win their last outing against this team, they should be hoping that they can capitalize and get that upper bracket, or rather grand finals appearance versus a Fengda, and try and get themselves in a position where they can qualify to an ESL Pro League. Because if they continue to leapfrog, if they continue to get deep in these tournaments, then that conversation about them being that second or third best Mongolian team is a far more accelerated one than you'd typically expect.
I believe we are getting into the game right now, Michael, as we will be starting things off with Nuke having Kulis and Redka being the ones purchasing a utility double set coming through, and it's a fast take out towards the A side that's being planned out. Redka chucks out that util. Mick will be able to provide some stopping power. Oshana already forced to reload, doesn't get too much done, but where's Urkas coming in from with these two big ones? It's back to a 1-on-2 though. He needs to double up his output, otherwise be stuck behind, and he might just be able to commit down into it. Urkas taking the fight head on. Get out of here. I'm the only coach allowed in this building.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Urcast, absolute pop-off at the back of the bomb site. I mean, you could see Chinggis Warriors are trying to swarm, but there's almost a lack of commitment from the back end of the pack to successfully trade. I don't know that they had full idea of what Urcast's next move was going to be, but they get frozen in place by just his sheer stopping power on the site. 4 kills from the player, coach turned player. Beautiful stuff, really.
Are we still sticking to... Because I've never gone away from this, but I guess maybe people are just tired of having the same conversation again and again. Are we still sticking to, hey, Nuke, kind of the IGL fragging map in a lot of ways?
It really depends. I mean, there's quite a few in-game leaders that put themselves in fairly important positions. You know, you're looking at like an Alexi B on outside, for example, that's typically reserved to, you know, your sort of secondary star player, or, you know, sometimes it is just Donk on some rosters, but it really does depend. If you're playing, you know, site anchors, it's a bit difficult, I think, to justify that it moves the needle too much in terms of in-game leader fragging output. But it's I mean, you can win on position on this map more so than other maps in the pool. So I think that's a way that you can angle it. If you outread your opponent, you get into a lot of tricky positions and you're hard to read. Yeah, you can come away with a lot of kills where you don't necessarily have to rely on those mechanics.
Force by coming through from the Chinggis Warriors at the turn of the pistol. They want to feature some Tech 9s and a Deagle. The Chinggis Warriors yesterday, when we saw them going out versus Fengda, were having some troubles between production between Tikwak and Redka. Urkas, another 2. Great job with the nade to pop open that smoke. We'll be able to clean up 2 of the major playmakers on the Chinggis Warriors side.
Oh,
Redka,
that's
however,
a bad kill.
has made a big play.
Yeah, that's a bad kill to give away, because it gives them access towards that lower side. It leaves a vulnerability, and you can see Redka tried to capitalize on that space, but good pickup by accuracy just before that Molotov completely obscures view. But there is enough room for them to get a plant in at the very least, so 2-on-4, it'll be hard to defend, and now a 1-on-4. Tikuak, lovely shot on that Deeg. Second, not quite connecting and taking a lot of damage. Mick will be able to clean that up. So a second round here for NEXVOID, but it gets a little scary with that lower plant.
Tikwak is a damn good hand on the Deagle. Like that is one big takeaway I have of him, because you know, I've not necessarily watched him that closely, or just beyond just keeping an eye on, like, hey, how's this guy doing? Yeah, he's supposed to be big up and comer. That first bullet accuracy is juicy.
Yeah, I mean, the mechanics look great. I think it's just knowing how to play a position or what to do in a situation is the weakness that is, I guess, the most apparent with him as a player. And, you know, he's a 16-year-old player getting his first chance, really, on a proper team outside of an academy. So, I mean, I can't really scrutinize it too much. It's something that will come with time, I think.
Chinggis Warriors do actually invest into this one significantly, so the CTs have to be careful not to allow too much of their money to be taken away from them. Redka on the other side of a door that he is just itching to open. I'm telling you guys, I think I can get down vents again. Shout out Redka, we're going to ramp, and well, that's where accuracy, maybe not so much in the footwork, will not be able to find his pathway back down, and it's suddenly a man disadvantage where they were trying to play to maintain numbers. Now they're trying to fight back for this round. EFI has picked up that M4 as well, and that'd be best in the hands of Rooks, most likely. He does still have Kevlar, even if he's lower on HP. Rooks, my god, he has brought it back to a 4 versus 2.
Yeah, I mean, he got down into a forward position on that lower side, so yeah, pinched that player into door. And while one force buy didn't really quite make it, on less weaponry, It's looking like the Chinggis Warriors are going to steal this one away. 2-on-4. Nade is very good. Lands right on top of their face. And so the spam from Urcast also connects. It's a nice coolest headshot on that Deeg. But Mig needs to close a lot of that ground, needs to recover a kit en route, and takes a dink for his troubles. Tikuak will just hit those headshots back to back. And rifles recovered. The Chinggis Warriors, second time going, they break through.
Well, if you first you don't succeed.
Yeah, I mean, this was rough for accuracy, because he got tagged behind that box, and he thought, you know, he got tagged and blinded up. He tried to jump over the railing, and because he got tagged, he was slowed enough that he actually couldn't hurdle that railing and drop into the lower site, because, you know, ideally he can play from that lower B, and they only have access to ramp. Even on pistols, it's very difficult to make the transition into the B or the A bomb site from that point.
It's made worse by the fact that Zesta does just immediately get smoked on his way inside, right? There's a tech out of the head and he's gone. Zesta's supposed to be providing that backup where, look, even if accuracy is messing up a little bit, or even if he's been forced to mess up, he should still have space for a fair fight. Unfortunately, that company not really there for him. On outside accuracy. Is hoping to peek once the Molotov fades away. Rooks is ready for it, as he always is. Rue had a ridiculous series yesterday. Nice return kill from Urkas, but numbers will still be in the favor of the T side.
Urkas is on a tear. I mean, he's 8-1, even though they lost that previous round, and he's just continuing to take rolls towards outside. Finally dealt with, though. That flank from heaven is too much to handle, and now it's just these two MP9s to deal with.
Yeah, Coach on Coach Jackson continues. Oceana taken down, and Zesta's all alone. 1 versus 3, yet to frag, and I have a feeling this might not be his round to do it. Flashbang popped through, and I've lied to you. Now it's suddenly a chance if he turn around in time, but Coolest will be able to get the backstab comfortably so.
Yeah, a little hairy. I mean, yeah, Urkas is throwing a lot of issues into these rounds, but it's a bit of a shame there for accuracy. He goes dink for dink, but that AK getting the better of that duel kind of prompts a lot of these reactions from NEXVOID to try and compensate for losing a potential path to a bomb site. So just like that, we equalize, and it's into a full save here for NEXVOID. Only the one deagle that Urcast affords, and that's just by virtue of how many kills he's gotten.
He's earned it. Accuracy, I don't think this is going to work for you. Molotov will sway him away from the position. Urkas is hoping for a quick pop out over here. Even just recovering a weapon wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Oceana pushes out, will be able to pick up the Mac 10, but Zest has gone down and he will be joining him as well. This is going to be a stop and stare affair, as all they can do is stop and stare at their own dead bodies in their death cams. Unfortunately for NEXVOID, but Chinggis Warriors do start to pick up the money.
It's quite interesting watching the tempo here for the Chinggis Warriors, because, you know, you compare this to what they were doing against Fengda. A lot of it was just all-out aggression, very fast-paced tempo. They were doing fast outside cross smokes and taking fights, or they're trying to break into hell very early. Because I imagine they've had these previous run-ins with this NEXVOID team, they're actually trying to throw a couple of more fakes and play at a slightly different pace to see if they can avoid some of that early util and actually give them a total misread. Great pick from Kula. It's just a quick boost outside. Again, these are not the types of tricks and moves that we saw against Fengda, and some of that will just be because of the prior knowledge they have.
Coming in from behind, timing is good, but he's not able to finish off the first kill and down to back off. Rue will have a chance to fight back and keep man advantage in their favor. Zesta, in the meanwhile, though, changes things around only to have Tikuak respond. CTs are consistently on the losing end of this battle after that first kill from Urkast was, rather, first kill from Coolest was not avenged. Rook, you can't let this happen. Oceana from down under will fall, but the Molotov will block away Redcup from retrieving back the bomb. It's a fair fight for accuracy, but he'll just unfortunately not be able to win it.
Yeah, just, I mean, the trades are looking really good here for the Chinggis Warriors. anytime they're getting surprised, there's somebody to respond very quickly, even on the hut push, the stairs aggression. No one able to get away with any more than one on that CT side.
Well, this is an interesting ballet. A menagerie of weapons you don't normally see. Accuracy and Zesta pulling out the UMP and the Mag 7, but right now in a fast push in where these weapons could still be useful, they've not been able to find really much more than a scratch on the other side. Coolest, the lowest of all, but even he shouldn't die unless it's to the bomb or to a backstab that doesn't feel like it's going to deliver too much impact. Chinggis Warriors are almost secured for 5 over here. And as Urkas tries to run off with the AK, he will be stabbed in the back, losing out not much more than a bit of HP, reflanking in for a duel that he will finally be upset in. But man, Chinggis Warriors are looking good right now.
Wait. Okay, I respect the attempt because he has scared them enough to bring them back into the bomb site. They were starting to move away to save because of those low healths, and then when they hear that defuse start, they're like, "Oh wait, the round could still fall away if we're not careful." Hey man, Urkast, he's looking down the line right now. He's just thinking, "Where's my help?" That is 10 and 4. Not always kills that result in round wins, but he's doing his damnedest.
Yeah, the 2 rounds they've won, he's gotten multi-kills in both of them, right? So I can't really blame him for that situation.
Even in some of the rounds they've lost, he's gotten a multi-kill. He's made it winnable.
Accuracy, Oceana, and Zesta. Any one of them stepping up over here would make this a much more interesting CT side, but until then, it does feel like it might not even necessarily be a battle of wits, despite the map that we're playing out on. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate, accuracy will be challenged again. MIQ on the AWP, rotating back in. Accuracy taken down immediately as he was waiting for the smoke to bloom and losing out on that first and second opportunity. Gives up complete access to this lower bomb site. Zesta's the only player who can really do anything about this. Urkas has already died as well. Zesta will move past the Molotov, take the face forward, good for 1. And remember, Tikwak is low, so he has to be very careful while planting down.
Okay. Maybe he doesn't even need to be careful. He just deals with Zesta by himself. Raw duel. As they go for the plant, covered from that decon side, but the smoke faded and Tikwak wasn't aware. Neither does it seem that Redka is either, so both are dealt with from decon and still back into a 2-on-2. They just don't have any util. They don't have a kit available either. So they need to find these kills. They need to put this together. But Coolest is the total unknown, an unseen element. Mick deals with 1 over at ramp, and it's just a tough position now for Oceana with no kit available. He actually fights forward into Coolest, who gives him his body and the duel. And so this will be a tight defuse, but Oceana should have this. This is a 3rd round here for NEXVOID.
Of all the rounds that they actually end up taking away, this was not the one I was relying on. Oceana, after every single player seemingly having failed in their positions, I mean, even Zesta, sure, good for the 1 over here, but you're really hoping for more when Urkas has already fallen. Oceana coming in as the last responder, getting it all done. Mick missing out on those shots early on the AWP as well. To be fair, traditionally, I don't associate Mick with the AWP in general, but of course, he's picking it up right now.
Yeah, he's been using it on since joining this team, and you know, accuracy before used to be the AWPer.
Yes,
and that's where we would know him from. But yeah, they've traded hands. That Mongolian IQ has demanded the scope. Still a bit of a surprising round, a nervous one for all involved. But something that puts a stop to the slew of rounds that the Chinggis Warriors have pieced together after winning what was a low buy. Mick even striking with that AWP, catching a player on the cross.
The T's are frozen right now. Redka making plenty of noise over here. Will start moving Mick back over to him. Redka wants to move in through the smoke and catch a timing on Urkas. That's going to be working out for him somehow. I don't pretend to understand it, but it's happened anyway. Tikuak does respond. It's a 3 versus 3, and with the op rotating over into a flying Molotov, Nick's going to be forced away. Coolest has gotten another kill in the meanwhile, somehow entering into the A bomb site and enabling this bomb to be planted. Accuracy is their last hope for this round, and that hope's in the ground.
Yeah, I mean, it's dashed. Now, I mean, Mick would do well to save this AWP. A 1-on-3 retaking from heaven. It's not looking likely. So he should move to retreat. This is going for a very last second play. I think there's a kit on the site. This would be crazy if he got away with it, but it's not looking likely. Coolest is stuck around, so as steps run away, Mick is drawn in, and Coolest doesn't fall for those tricks. A 6th round here for the Chinggis Warriors. What happened with Urcast? It looked like he either put his hand off his mouse or something. You know, he was staring at the edge of the smoke, and you could just see on Redca's point of view, Urcast just doesn't react. He doesn't shoot. His crosshair is right on him.
Bad time to have your nose be itchy.
Yeah, just seemed like he was either looking at the minimap or doing something, but he was not focused on his crosshair. A couple of rounds where it's kind of back-to-back mistakes. I mean, the only reason that NEXVOID win the retake on B was because Tikuak and Redca didn't, I guess, get the memo. And they're finding all the entries they need to over on this lower bomb site. Very fast play outside. Chinggis Warriors in full control. I mean, barely a lick of damage. Only Urcast with his 5-7, but he's dealt with after 1.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit one-sided of hair, unfortunately, because we've not been able to see Mick actually really find any true production with the AWP, right? He's not really been relevant for rotations. He's not really been the most relevant for even enabling people in the late round by getting, you know, some early pop opens of smokes, maybe having the OP position for a lower side hit. You know, there's a lot of places where Nuke can be difficult for oppers, but when we say difficult, it means, hey, maybe you're gonna get 1 kill around if you're having a decent game and they're actually coming to your directions. Mick's just been missing shots, unfortunately. And with the 3 players aforementioned already having very low production, Urcast has cooled off from a 10-4 to an 11-8 now. You need a lot more, and Mick getting that first kill is certainly going to help.
Yeah, I love the change-up. I mean, being far more aggressive. They've been throwing these outside smokes and not necessarily always throwing bodies behind it. Mick in an elimination angle where you can deal with a potential lurker, but also get an idea of just how much presence there is outside. This is part of what I mean about the tempo being different here for the Chinggis Warriors. Very frequently, they're committing bodies when they were against Fengda. They're trying to throw a couple more tricks.
Okay. Well, that's one way to force out a peek into Mick. All right, Mick. Tee off, King.
He got baited.
Head cut clean off. Oh, he does get a little bit of that same treatment giving back over to him. Ifar coming in, has a chance of a hit to equalize, misses his opportunity, and Urcast with the angle advantage. Comes out on top, drops a bomb. Oh, no! Coolest!
Oh,
You're
God.
the chosen one! You can't be missing shots like that!
Oh, that's rough.
In his rush to try and quick scope, will be losing out on the accuracy. Tikuak with 18 seconds now. Hunts for frags. Honestly, he's given up on the round, and understandably so at this point.
10K,
I don't know if you open up the smoke over here. Yeah, all right. I mean, hunting for frags would have been nice, but yeah, nothing to find.
Yeah, he did want to do some more damage last couple of rounds of the half, so tried his best to do that. That's a whole slew of just strange circumstances, really. I mean, Redca getting drawn into that AWP. I love the opening move from Mick. He was being very dynamic. He was trying to move from angle to angle and had another chance to take down Tikuak as well. Yeah, not getting the kind of performance that you would see as a win condition. You know, you want Zesta, you want Mick, and you want ideally +1 elsewhere. That has been Urcast so far, but it's not been the case. It's all guns are blazing, though, for the Chinggis Warriors. They've got so many win conditions. Coolest 2 kills outside, even though they lose the opening frag.
A lot of big damage, but Tikuak has been very good at getting these refrags mid-round, and with E-Fire to add in, it is coolest to put a cherry on it. 8-4 Chinggis Warriors, and now their T-side Nuke in style. The question is, will they be continuing on in it into that second half? Well, let's find out after a quick break. Despite a popping beginning out to Nuke CT side, Urkos and the boys in NEXVOID end up struggling for the rest of the half. Chinggis Warriors take a convincing lead. Welcome back to the ECL Season 51 Asia Cup 3 lower bracket final. I'm tea time. It's Michael Yumi Cassidy with me, and Accuracy is holding the smoke, hopefully in more ways than just one.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a little bit of a tough. It's a tough comeback if they don't win this pistol. Zesta does get the ball rolling, and double entries, in fact, out from main. In fact, this whole A bomb site just crumbles after a bit of pressure out from that main garage. The Chinggis Warriors don't put up much of a defense, so it's not going to be a tough road. Not unless Tikuak has something to say about it. Needs all 5 kills, already having a pretty solid game. 15 before this pistol, but, I mean, yeah, how do you deal with this player on top of the hut? And that's only one of the 4 that you need to find. So he be saving.
Hey man, Kelvar's pretty nice. Got that extra kill in there as well.
Needs to get far enough away that he actually doesn't lose any damage to that bomb. Still takes damage here, I'm pretty sure. Okay. He got far enough away. Accuracy did not.
The pistol round kings, man. Telling you, NEXVOID, are they the greatest Asian team of all time at playing pistol rounds?
I'm sure if you titled a YouTube documentary about it aggressively enough, you could convince people.
Yeah, I've heard that works pretty well these days, actually. Devil Mac 10 being purchased up. Urkos and Accuracy want to sit down and farm. It's a modern man's fantasy. Hey, maybe I can just chill away, farming in another village somewhere. No, they want to farm in CS.
Yeah, kick your feet up a little bit. See if you can make him sweat while you're chilling.
They have to make sure that Chinggis Warriors does not find a way to just come out on top over here, though. Tikwaak with the Famas is always going to be a threat with the game that he's been having, and the rest of the side, listen, there's no one who's non-existent on Chinggis Warriors, I'll say that much, and for much of the first half, you can't really claim that same name. For NEXVOID, out and about, Oceana good for the first, and Mick and Oceana, well, they make very quick work of this upper bomb side. They do walk into the stack. But is it really a stack if they all die?
Yeah, this is what you want to see from Oceana. Didn't necessarily have a fantastic CT side, but when it comes to these hits, him just brawling and getting the space out on these executes is very much what he seems to be doing for this team. And this time he comes away with the kills. If you look at his ratings, it doesn't seem like he has the highest success rate. Even if you look at the stats for this event, his success rate is not, again, the highest, but he puts himself in a position where he often goes traded at the very least and just creates a bit of havoc.
Dodging the flashes of a hair, Redka's best bet is getting a couple of kills before he gets taken down, then his best bet hasn't paid off. 8 to 6, likely to be 8 to 7 very soon, and that's when we should be getting into the real action. Coolest, you can't save $1,600 only to buy a deagle and the round immediately after that anyway.
Hey, just creating threats across all rounds. I can respect that.
Well,
he'll still be able to get that AWP. That's all that matters to him.
Yeah. Damn good hand on the rifle as well, so honestly, he's aight. Speaking of aight, Coolest not feeling aight, actually. Double nade down on that deagle feels a little bit more at home in Roog's hands.
Yeah, your deagle, my deagle.
Our deagle.
Oh, he needs to get a kill with it to claim it, so...
Well, Tikwaak has laid claim, as he seems to consistently be always good for one. Can he make it a double coming through while the rest of his teammates fall elsewhere on the map? Will not be given that chance.
Alright, it's Ocean is half now. 2 kills towards outside. Security and crossing into the A-bomb site because they know Tikwaak is down lower. And so all threats are called off. Only Urkos will go out hunting with this Mac-10 and see if he can blindside this Deagle, and will succeed in doing exactly that. Extra money into Urkos' back pocket, upgrades to the weapon. And so all major rifles carried forward. That's about as good as an anti-eco could go.
Yeah. Coolest is going to be coming through the AWP over here. We already discussed about how Mick took some time to actually activate with that. Coolest is one of those players who it's unlikely that we see him away from the action anytime soon. Even where Mick was missing, it was in opportunities where he can actually back off. Coolest, he's a man who believes in commitment to the cause.
Yeah, he might miss, but if he hits, it's going to turn into a highlight reel.
Yeah. Some people hit. Coolest slaps. The next voice side over here will be...
The double entendres there are pretty rare.
Next one over here will be looking out for a very slow round coming through. No early outside presence. They're very worried about any potential set play being run by the Chinggis Warriors themselves, where they can get very aggressive on their own side, but Chinggis Warriors themselves are also playing with patience. Smokes go on outside, and the response from them is going to be a Tikwaak flash above those smokes to try and threaten a push through or anything of the sort. Remember, there could have been a crossover into Secret, if I'm not wrong, so they'll always have to be worried about that. That's Urkos' responsibility. But with 50 seconds left on the T side, not showing presence just quite yet, eFire has put himself in a very good position, as has Rue. Comes through with 2, and eFire will be able to find number 3. It is disaster on this A-bomb site, as the T's will fall apart completely.
They were so primed for that A exec. I mean, they had the util already pulled. They're ready to. They already understand what their engagement protocol is. They still have smokes up. Urkas is going to try to do some damage, but you can see the Chinggis Warriors are avidly hunting him and putting themselves in positions to trade. Yeah, just a really rough go of things when the CTs are so convinced it's going to be a topside hit as you're going to execute, because if those responses are so instinctive and they don't have to worry about the prospect of getting flanked from main or dealing with an outside or ramp reroute, then yeah, they can just set their sights on Cut and Door, these two major choke points on that site.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Urkas just being on top of the marshmallow silo is just not going to be that helpful in trying to convince the CTs to look elsewhere. Sure, those smokes do land, but the execute onto the upper bomb site comes so soon after they do that they felt pretty comfortable with having slower rotations down lower, even if that was going to be a risk. Now Urkas is making his presence a little bit more known.
Ooh.
Redcut definitely knows, but he almost wins that duel, funnily enough. Accuracy, a little bit less of an almost. Tikuak just has his head on the ground before he even knows it. Rue looks for revenge. Now he's not looking for revenge.
Yeah, but he sees that there's no instinctive or fast reaction really from the NEXVOID side, so he slows down. He tries to reroute through ramp, but they lose their player top side, and there's no support on this bomb side anymore. Coolest and Rooks both committing towards the lower. So this is likely a save call, but it's going to take them a little while to be certain of where these players have rerouted to. Urkas is like this. The lower bomb side is also clear. Okay, no, not so clear. Go A, guys. But the bomb has walked down those secret steps. So they should just reroute through the vents up to A.
Rue's here pretty fast, though. Coolest is also considering the fight. Now, look, on paper, this should be a save for the CTs. But any slip-up where Coolest is allowed to get a kill early on enough and then they commit to it. If they'd had a kit, I'm telling you right now, they're probably going for this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very likely stream of consciousness, but they don't. And so they won't. Nicely done by NEXVOID. I like the tempo that Urkas tries to deploy towards that lower side. Even though Redka actually started towards those secret steps, you know, trying to go through ramp, take a deep angle if they wanted to be able to peek in front of the outside smokes. The fact that Urkas is able to win that duel actually does swing the balance very heavily. You see the over-rotation from the Chinggis Warriors towards that lower side, even though it's under no immediate threat.
Critical duel win over there for Urkas as well. Had he gone down, that could have been a very different round.
For sure.
This is a kind of time where Chinggis Warriors generally starts to send someone to go a little bit more aggressive on outside, right? They've had two different rounds where they've let the T's do whatever they want on outside. One to some success, the other less so. Now Tikuak tries to contest, but he's already been met by the flames. T's don't actually put down any smokes early on. They're playing for contact with the AWP. I think Mick is being boosted up, or at least he's thinking about it. Now the smokes come out. They're trying to contact in before they bloom. Tikuak caught off. Beautiful stuff. But with the HE, they've caught some revenge of their own. Rooks always good for that. But Urkas will now recover the AWP and go back down lower with the bomb to accompany him. Urkas is taking charge with the AWP, and if he's able to get a good sight line before Redkas is able to establish control, you should have the advantage in that duel.
It's a good reposition from Rooks towards door, though, because you saw last time... Oh, never mind. Zesta spotted him. So Rooks is in trouble now, because has to worry about main. Zesta knows he's hot on the heels of somebody, but clearing the wrong angles. Rooks does turn, but Zesta hits the headshot. If Rooks had remained undetected inside of door, then things could have gone really dangerous. Redka sailing up those vents, but quickly traded. And that was the way back into the round if he somehow escaped. Yeah, the fact that in the round gone by, Zesta was still just sort of hovering inside of Hut and trying to clear things out, and there was a lot of hesitation from NEXVOID. Door was actually something that they didn't clear out completely, and having Rooks in that position was a way to serve as spoiler, but good awareness from Zesta to read a different rotation.
It's also
Like
just a
that, we're
hard
tied.
read. It's also just a hard read coming out from Urkost over here in terms of, hey, 2 rounds in a row, no outside pressure coming out for the CTs at all. We've been able to exploit that with outside smokes. No response other than maybe a flashbang one time. Let's try and make something off that.
Yeah. And sometimes as well, when you're that main player or you're the outside player, as soon as you start hearing the bounces on those smokes, players will pull out HEs because they know that very frequently Ts won't cross before the smoke blooms, and you want to be able to blow those open as fast as possible to catch them. So it's a bit of a gamble from Urcast. You know, the player does have their weapon drawn, but Urcast is finding these pretty devastating entries on these outside hits. That is spurring his team into winning ways. The fact that they trailed coming into this half and now they sit tied up, the Chinggis Warriors are going to start to sweat.
MIQ is in a very dangerous position up ahead. If this is going to be a 2-man swing, hitting the first shot is obviously critical, but oh no, he's not managed to land it. Sure, it's a leg, but will that be enough elsewhere? Zesta, good for one. MIQ traded away by the MP9 pushing through, but Redcut then peeks in with a secondary op that he's picked up. They will recover another op. I'm not sure that's the call, but this T side has been forced back one way or another. The singular remaining automatic rifle is wreaking havoc. Rue will isolate out Zesta. There's been enough of losing that duel, but Urkos in the meanwhile is still up to shenanigans. And when I say up, I mean in the most literal sense. Clears out the A site. Rooks pushes forward. Oceana is ready, and Urkos will find Tikwa. So where they find a ray of hope, instead, Coolest has been resigned to saving 3 rounds in a row.
I have to say, I mean, Rooks does some dangerous work on this sort of killer instinct he has, whether that was, you know, isolating the fight towards door. He sees this smoke back lobby and he's thinking, they're not gonna actually reset, hold these smokes. They might just set up outside because we don't have presence in that direction, and they're expecting that as a vulnerability. But yeah, that step through the smoke, it's a very high risk play, but it could have been one that was rewarded if Oceano was a little bit more unaware. But that hasn't been the case for these NEXVOID guys on this T side. Even though they got pinched and there's a very clear call from the Chinggis Warriors to crunch lobby, they manage out from that Broly opening encounter.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit shocked about the fact that Red could actually peek forward after picking up the op and just trying to peek into lobby with it. You know? Well, he didn't want to save Michael 3 rounds in a row. It doesn't feel very good, actually.
He didn't break the glass for the longest time, and then he wanted to do it at the very end. But when he did, I think he heard this player at ramp and was just, I guess I'll die. I guess. That's not how you typically want to posture for a save. It's a pretty expensive loss. So you can see he has bought another AWP, but he does so without any utility, without head armor. And that shouldn't matter when it's all AKs across the field, but lacking that extra util, especially when so much of outside control is designated around HEs, Molotovs to delay them getting down the secret steps, does limit your options. You see just how quickly they get to the secret steps. There's very limited resistance from the CTs.
Do you expect some sort of addition to how they're playing to actually add that resistance in, right? You know, I'm looking at E-Fire, I'm looking at his ability to maybe push forward, contest Zesta a little bit more. Obviously, Urkos is just on a heater. Maybe giving him those duels and outside is not a viable option beyond with an op. And that's the op that comes into play. Cool is finally able to find involvement as the T's are punished in a big way. That bomb is left behind, Michael. A red container. No! Oceana! Dude.
He hit the jump when he didn't need to jump. It threw that man off too much. Coolest, a leg shot.
You talk about movement tech, Michael. That's movement tech at its rawest, I suppose. Mick will be trying to relocate away as the T's have lost advantage. E-Fire getting involved in a big way. A Molotov to the back of the site would be nice, but right now it's Rue who has to worry about a molly that's really not nearby him. Urkas loses his life and Mick tries to spray transfer. It's not going to work. E-Fire with a big triple. Just stand tall.
Yeah, really nicely done from E-Fire inside of that site. Recognized the threat from heaven, just kept his eyes peeled on that the entire time. Dealt with 2 players and then whipped around for the final as well. Yeah, it's a very unfortunate kill to lose out if you're coolest. Kind of did everything right, but can't expect these unforeseen moves. Still, the Chinggis Warriors, even though they were very resource-starved towards the middle of that round, they only had a smoke and a flash available. They win out all the critical gunfights that still propelled them forward. If it ended up in a post-plant, there was no chance that they could get in. Oh my god.
Faster fights from both sides as Zesta will activate immediately. That's going to be saying goodbye to Red Cup, but where E-Fire was hoping for a little bit of a hello, he's forced to rotate back down to Secret Stairs because of that early kill. Now they've got this void in outside that Rue tries to fill, but he can't move through those smokes. The HE's popping it open doesn't help either because Urkas is going to move past immediately. Then Rue occupies Garage, but Urkas, I mean, he's down to the Secret Stairs. They're looking for a late round ramp room pincer. And the worst part about this is E-Fire might have broken the glass, which gives Urkas a clearer pathway should he want to use it. CTs are making a move. Takeoff wants to get ahead of these fights. But Zesta's still actually in such a critical position.
I don't even think Urkas really has time to properly clear B and make use of that broken glass. So, I mean, this is probably going to be a finish towards that A side. They're playing and expecting the reaction to lobby. They deal with Coolest, but Roots is still a complete nuisance. Molotov will flush him out, and that's very well handled from NEXVOID.
You say very well handled from NEXVOID. It feels more just like a Zesta situation out here in lobby. Like,
hey,
I'm all for giving the team. Yeah. Just great strats out there, guys.
Yeah. Zesta, no, there may be fights coming. Kill them all, please.
He's done a very good job in lobby control. In terms of reading whatever E-Fire is doing, even in a lot of places what Rue is doing, who is a significantly more experienced player than him. We talked about his killer instinct. We've talked about how impactful Rue is. When we switched over to this T side, Zesta has gotten the better of every move that the CTs have made so far. Chinggis Warriors cannot deal with this guy.
Yeah, and it's gonna suck for Redka, and even sucks for E-Fire trying to save. But it sucks for Redka because it's very rarely that we've seen him actually start playing close on ramp like that. You know, he's trying to maximize his total resources and you know, run a deeper timing on that Molotov. But Zesta just takes a raw duel over to ramp so rapidly, faster than Zesta's peaked in any round prior, and just rips his head clean off.
Now, I'm actually a little bit scared about this round, Michael. Sorry, but Coolest doesn't have the op. This is where unpredictability should be switching over to their side. Coolest generally a player who is known to make moves in these sorts of situations, but he's taking it slow, wants to provide more support to Redka. They're expecting exploitation of their coach to be attempted, but as Oceana moves forward, the gun barrel will be exposed, and Coolest is in the building with 3 big ones.
I mean, that's just the perfect setup. They have absolutely no idea. They don't expect them to be playing this 1-2 combo. Accuracy, lovely shots emerging out from door. And there's a player outside. Bomb dropped in at ramp, and still 3 more players to find. He's trying to be tricky. But he only has a minute left on this clock, and it's a long way to that ramp room.
The T's also don't have the best economy over here, so I wouldn't hate a save attempt from Accuracy. Now that he's revealed his position, though, saving feels less likely to actually transpire. Accuracy, had he found that kill, he knew where Rue was. It was consecutive 1 versus 1s. You could make a scenario in your head, but Coolest is the one who comes through with 4.
Yeah.
Finally, some involvement on the CT side, and it's all him.
Those 3 kills at ramp are just devastating. He's the one uncleared angle. They're expecting, like you said, to abuse the coach in at ramp. Zesta's feeling confident from the round gone by, thinking, I quickly entered that guy. You could see that they were scrambling. This time they get lured into a trap.
Money's not great over here for the T side. If they lose, they will, well, probably lose.
You're definitely right to be scared from that previous round, because it puts Money in a really poor position now for NEXVOID. They kind of need this one to try and see out this game.
This is a new one. This is a new one. MIQ pushes through the smokes right as they bloom. That's not been a challenge that they've committed to at all. And where there's challenges behind the site in Mini, there's also inside of it. Urkos gets himself another one. The CTs will be just as precariously placed in their economy as the Ts were. They have to move back and save these 3 weapons.
Well, I mean, pretty devastating. The last round was pretty much decided in the opening 30. This one, the same story, but the other way around. Love the variety that they're trying to throw towards outside. They've been blowing open the smoke on the outside cross. They've been trying to play close to it. It looked like they've toyed with the idea of actually walking through that smoke, but they haven't in the rounds gone by. And this was the time they decided to make use of that. Rooks had no idea. And not a single player really taking any significant damage here on that NEXVOID side. Coolest this time takes minimal damage to that bomb. So that AWP will be saved forward. He can drop a weapon over for this last round of regulation. But it's not looking too hot economically here for the Chinggis Warriors. They'll have to buy down to some MP9s most likely. Yeah, a couple of them on field. But a trio of rifles that can still pack a punch.
It's been impressive T-side calling him through from Urkos so far, but he still needs to close things out. Chinggis Warriors have been left with only 2 premier rifles, and let's see what they want to do with them. Coolest. New angle for him this time over. Wants to contend, is expecting there to be some sort of a play made early on. Mick will not be taking the Urkos route of pushing forward while the smokes are bouncing, and he saves his life because of it. Now, there's 4 players here on outside. You'd expect that at least one of them dies when you pop open with the smoke. Why stop at 1? There's flashes, there's nades, and Coolest is there with his scoped in op. Overtime seems to be destined. Let's see whether or not accuracy can perhaps stay that pen of fate. Zest has been left behind. He's going to be the primary space taker. There's nowhere for the T's to activate down on this lower side. There are 2 players ready and waiting. Rue has been jump spotting so long, it feels like he's seen into the next 3 rounds as well. And he's definitely seen Oceana. Takes him away, 5 alive, 12 aside. It is overtime coming through for the Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, both with 8-4 halves on that T side of things, doing a lot more damage on the attack than the defense. And when things get real tough here for the Chinggis Warriors, a couple of these low buys have been a real saving grace, whether it was on the start of their T side, where they win off of just upgraded pistols, and now towards the end of regulation, coming through with some pretty hodgepodge, bottom bargain barrel buys. They still find honestly probably more success off of those rounds than actual gun rounds. So you apply a couple of limiting factors, and suddenly creativity is activated.
Less is more, I suppose. Nick's been given the boost from the AWP, and he's been taken down. Coolest is getting the better of him. You're not even a real oppa, Mick. Get out of here. Grenade behind, as accuracy does avoid. Urkos has been divorced from the rest of his team. He will be sitting down in the lower bomb site. Actually, accuracy gets a chance to accompany him as well. Urkos is trailed very far forward, and Coolest is hoping to mitigate this. Keeping an eye out on through the lockers. Urkos pushes forward. Coolest on top of the control panel, unable to get the angle he was looking for. And in a 4v4 equalizer, Zesta's been able to move into the A side as well. Do they realize this? They do. They take the peek through. Tikuak is there to close a difficult duel, and Redka's up. Now comes down to the lower bomb site. Tikuak comes in with another one. Oceana put down as he tries to sneak that bomb in through secret. And that should mean this round is well done and over.
Yeah, I mean, Urkos has to rescind all position on that B bomb site just to try and pick that up, as it did make it into safety, into those secret steps, but he actually runs out towards red container. He's looking to link up over towards this A site.
20 seconds. Tikuak takes a peek initially. Urkos is trying to get in from behind. E-Fire is held the only angle that matters. And although accuracy can come through with a second kill over here and a bomb plan maybe to boot, it's very difficult. That being said, Redcast got the AWP. Had E-Fire hesitated for even a second, that would have been a very different round. Add 5 more seconds to the clock. Maybe that's a fake plot. Maybe that's a lost duel with E-Fire's HP where it is down to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the best planting position, unfortunately, for him in that position was actually on the right side of the site, because Redka actually wasn't in a close enough position to instantly react on that bomb plant. But it's you almost never would plant there because you're worried about main and heaven as well simultaneously. Someone coming up those vents. Yeah. There's so many angles you're exposed to. We only have to really worry about E-Fire, who pulls the trigger at the exact right moment. Been really impressed with Tikuak, as we were yesterday on their Nuke performance as well. And what he's made of. Nice tag from Coolest. Didn't actually see anything towards outside, but was just using that as a fall-away shot. Forward push, though, from the likes of Rooks. Urkast had absolutely no idea.
Pretty much sums up the entirety of the damage that Urkos receives in that one. Whoa! Fly away birdie. Mick's been sent back home again. 14 to 12 over here is already written. Tikuak just has to put it away.
Yeah, I mean, you just see from his in-eye, I know I was a bit critical of him yesterday on his Mirage, but when he gets these open duels, when he knows where his next fight is coming from, the mechanics are just really, really well maintained. I mean, he looks in control, confident, calm. 23 and 15 currently for the Chinggis Warriors. A big reason as to why they're succeeding. Yeah, Coolest is on an M4. Redka starting with that AWP. He is the AWPer now.
Coolest wants to push forward through the smoke. He's putting himself in a very dangerous position, looking for a lobby fight. He doesn't even have that much support. Tikuak is playing back from mini. He doesn't have a chance to spam through the squeaky door or anything like that and make this easier in any way. E-Fire and Coolest are the ones on a move. Coolest has got the timing. What is going on over here? Oceana then pushes forward into the CT incendiary. They just get 3 kills absolutely for free.
Yeah, all off that aggression. I mean, Coolest had a timing he wanted to go for, heard that utility, and found the right time to strike. Good counter kills, though, from Accuracy and Mick, but E-Fire is still the unknown element over to Door, and with Accuracy left in a clutch. Let's have that bomb on his back, but it's a tough one to piece together. Redka now holding that Door position with the AWP. Accuracy, that's a hell of a shot. Makes this doable now. But whether he goes up or down, there's still a player either side that he has to worry about.
He could wrap around to the heavens. That's what E-Fire is worried about as well over here. That might be his best chance at a fair fight, because Coolest is not going to take a peek over here until Accuracy just gives it to him directly. And, well, that might happen pretty soon.
This is free for Coolest.
Yeah, either way.
Wait, no.
No, he's not going to kill him immediately. Accuracy can actually come out on top of this one. He will find him on the side. Time to plant the bomb. Starts adding it in right at the nick of it. E-Fire knows that he can't accelerate. Knows that he has to slow this down. There's a chance for a quad over here. E-Fire pops open the door, and Accuracy is patient. He is not moving, not an inch, but he'll take a mile if he can get this one through. No and it does it! 4 kills from Accuracy. The man who's gone by unnoticed on the scoreboard finally makes his mark to give them 1 in that T-side overtime.
He should never win that. He should simply never win that. You see he's got his knife out. He's got the bomb out. He's expecting that they've doubled up that top side because of so much chaos brewing in the early stages of this round. This was a 2-on-5 and then 1-on-4. It's absurd that Accuracy wins that. I mean, that is... Coolest was the hero of that round. But he's made to look a fool in that 2v1. That's some emotional whiplash.
Yeah.
Nice shot from Mig. Saw a bit of a player for a moment and still tags him through the box. Accuracy even catching a push to ramp with that secondary AWP. They blow the smoke, so they're catching the kills they want to. Rooks does counter kill onto Urcast outside. Another blow on that smoke, but Mick caught a whiff of Rooks sliding into Garage, and so he can just be pinned in this position.
At the same time, it forces Mick not to move away, so maybe the rest of the team can be up to some hijinks. The problem is they're in a man disadvantage, so those hijinks are less likely to work out. No using the Molotov. Dickwak should have died there. Accuracy, critical shot missed, and Dickwak chases boss into him. Accuracy will reface back in and get the better of him. Now, while Accuracy is fighting and getting difficult kills, Mick is losing easy ones, perhaps. Duck down underneath, and suddenly the skills become a lot less easy. Rue's going to be able to push back over to ramp. I don't know if they can recognize this or not. It has to be in the back of their minds, but with 25 seconds, there's not much he can do from ramp. Accuracy covers it off. 3 kills for the man. Maybe let him have his AWP back.
I think he just fired himself up, really. He wins a raw 1v3 and hits all these headshots. He's thinking, okay, guys, now is the time. And he's back, just like that. Huge kills from Accuracy.
And this was a threat that they were somewhat missing as well on their CT side, right? I mean, Mick, yes, outside of one round where he gets aggressive, didn't actually get that many opening kills, didn't really put himself as this player who can zone off too many angles either. So if Accuracy can provide that, that'd be huge. Rue, in the meanwhile, looking for combat as Zester turns away. He's expecting more flashes. Good to even find one, to be honest, but it's Erdkas who then comes in as the difference maker. 1 versus 3 for Coolest. And where he might have flopped the lines for a 3 versus 1 earlier on, maybe he has a chance to make up for it. He had a chance, Michael, but not a good one.
Yeah, I mean, it's very typical that NEXVOID has been starting 2A, but Urcast swung through the main molly at the start of the round, and so there was a third player on that bomb site that became a huge nuisance because they kind of trade out evenly enough if it was just those two and they had to deal with a rotate. But Urcast was that rotate, and he was already in their face. So the Chinggis Warriors tried to spring into action with a fast A-pop. But it's NEXVOID that hit 15 first.
Ooh.
That's very rough for Coolest. Couldn't see over the flames, but the other way around. There was vision given over to the CTs, so Coolest is down on very low health to start.
There's not a second smoke on outside, is there? I think Mick has sight lines. No, never mind. I'll take that back. Oh, he didn't register it, but I think he might have just spotted the edge of E-Fire. E-Fire will get the kill on a Mick in a position where he really didn't have any advantages, and with that, the bomb can make its way down under.
Yeah, there's a grave amount of uncertainty there from Mick about what the possibilities were for Tees, whether they crept through or not. Good kill for Accuracy, though. Finds them coming up those secret steps. Back to 4-on-4.
He doesn't know Redca's here.
Strong. Yeah, it's very strong.
Oh, yeah. Practically a cloak of invisibility. Gulas will reveal position back out to upper. Zestar starts making a move back in. That's where there's a backstab potential for Dikuwak if he's able to come in from behind. Zestar's aware of it, and Urkos is as well. Comes up the secret stairs to put him down, spots out the players back over to heaven, and now they're stuck. There's 20 seconds left. Oceana has to win this duel, and somehow he's done it. An incendiary that goes too late, but they've missed another shot, and that just gives more time for the CTs coming in through main. Coolest, an opportunity now to make up for errors gone by, and he'll do it in style.
Of course he does. Of course he does. I mean, he starts this round on 10 HP and is still able to get so much production out of that ult. That is just classic Coolest. That simply should not happen. I mean, Oceana gets away with an absolute murder. Now, Redka does all the right things here. He pulls his presence over towards ramp. They're threatened about heaven, so he doesn't actually link up with those players. He resets lobby. And he has basically a back-turn player. But Ocean are able to spin on a dime and get that kill, that should have been the round until Coolest happens. Been liking what the Chinggis Warriors have been putting down. I mean, they've been playing with a bit of variety. They're not just sticking to that same tempo they did against Fengda. They're adding some cute little fakes. They're trying to be tricky about it. But this variety, I'm not so sure about. Rooks is on a P90, and he's just hoping to run things over to Ramp, and they will succeed in catching an aggressive move that the CTs had to put forward. But Mick is hitting shot after shot. A 3 for 2 in that early Ramp bout. The Coolest is hoping to close the gap and equalize the affair.
Arcos is considering it. Oh, he's so worried. He's so worried, and he's right to be worried. Coolest manages to crab walk into the duel. 35 seconds into the round, we are down to a 2 versus 2 in the most chaotic way possible, and Oceana is a threat that they should be wary of coming in from behind. Zesta is the threat that they truly need to consider, though. Coolest has a full belt, so does Red Cup. Double smokes will be out to enable this bomb plant in. Zesta intercepts the Molotov, nades it out, but the Molotov now is behind him. Zesta has to push forward into the smoke, and now he's lost most of his life as well, but maybe that can be the distraction they need for Oceana to get the kill. Oh no.
He didn't look. He simply did not look.
After the Molotov was thrown from there.
Yeah. They could have been playing double in the site, in fairness, after the Molotov, but yeah, he had absolutely no idea. Zesta, surprise, out from Decon, had a chance to get one more kill, but the trade was a certainty. Coolest in Red Cup, 2 kills a pop. And they found the solution in that 2 versus 3. The moves from Coolest, I mean, he is fully aware that when there are these disadvantages, someone has to create an opportunity. And he's been the one that has been creating opportunities all game.
Oh, he's playing like he's the best player on the server. There's no doubt about it.
And, you know, numerically, that is true.
Well, Mick wants to have a conversation about it, but that conversation will have to come a couple of rounds down unless he somehow manages to get 7 kills right now.
They'll know this is a possibility here on the side of NEXVOID, but distraction over to Ramp, accuracy isolated in the corner, and backup is there, so it becomes very difficult for Coolest to hunt that trade. Let's hope that Rooks can make use of that extra chaos, but Zesta catches him in the back, peeking from main.
E-Fire is really the last hope of a surprise to work out, and the first kill is very good. There's only one player at the back of the bomb site. Should Coolest find it, well, he doesn't wait for the flashbang, and Oceana doesn't turn away from it. Spray away, and Mick from behind will finish him off. It is 16 aside, and neither one of these teams want to give up on each other's heels.
Yeah, again, they tried to get aggressive over towards Ramp early in that round, and they're met with the AWP, and even if they try and reset and take a later timing, they, again, crawl out and find themselves amidst a double swing or an awkward off angle. So in this overtime, they are hoping that that's the weakness, but that is not served to be the case, even if they've won one of those rounds. Okay, well, Brooks is blissfully unaware. Didn't consider that as a possibility. Urcast eliminating outside as a possibility. E-Fire will try and take Mantle as that lurker outside.
E-Fire? E-Fire? Asking for trouble, and he has found it.
they just have nowhere to go now. I mean, they lose 2
Yeah.
players outside. They didn't take space or force a player away at ramp. So this is the type of round where trying to get out from door and darting the vents is a fairly likely route.
And the problem is Urkost is sitting in a prime position to just spam you down, and now you have to go through the smoke as well. Need to pop it open. They have to make their way back over into a fight through that only Tikuak wins. Somehow through the smoke. Accuracy and Mick, both ops chiming in succession.
And he'll just fall to that all the same. So
Yeah.
no real issues here for NEXVOID in those CT rounds. Of course, those are the ones that are weighted or valued much higher. Both these teams having very successful T sides. But yeah, once that double AWP really struck on CT, once we started to see that threat from accuracy and Mick simultaneously, yeah, the map felt like it did shrink a bit.
And I do kind of hope that we continue to see this double AWP be a feature because, frankly speaking, I've seen accuracy play since he was on ESL Open, like his very first season. This guy's never been the best rifler, and that's fine, right? Like he's always been known for his AWPing and whatnot. You want him to become a better rifler for sure, just because that's a requirement of modern Counter-Strike. But yeah, would like to see more of his forte being explored as well.
I mean, he won a 1v3 on a rifle.
It's true.
And it was basically all headshots, so
There you go.
been doing his job. Maybe that was why he whipped out the AWP. He hit his rifling quota. And so now all hell breaks loose. Coolest, though, hitting lots of shots on that AWP. Gets a nice opener, but going to be rushed down. It's actually E-Fire and Tikuak that come to support on the A site. And so they come away with those opening trades. Even if it is a full exec on A, they don't get any space as a result.
It is kind of unreal. Like, accuracy, I think, started off like 2-7 or something like that. Now he's 22-21. He has had such a resurgence in the past 10 rounds, but he'll have a chance for a few more while he's at it.
It's a very annoying kill to seed as well, because there's no quick eyes that they can give back onto that A-bomb site.
Yeah, by the time Tikuak makes his way over, Redka's just supposed to be irrelevant over here unless he gets a jump on them. He's done this before, though, and he comes in from behind. I don't think Urkos heard the scope, but maybe he did. Turns around in the nick of time, and accuracy is there to finish off what Urkos starts in that second kill as well. So the CTs give up control, and they give up the round on the back of it as well. It is going to be 2 map points in a row on Chinggis Warriors' map pick coming out from NEXVOID.
Yeah, that's one of those spots where a more experienced AWPer coming up those vents after the plant is probably not going to push as forward as that. You know, he's probably just going to hold on to that right side, because you could see Redka was uncertain about peeking left or peeking right, because that bomb planter could very frequently try and slide his way over to CT vent, and that was the most likely route. And just that uncertainty crept into his mind, and that was a big reason that Urkos was able to, you know, spin around at the right time. Redcat should have had him dead to rights. 2 opportunities to close this map here for NEXVOID. No lives remaining for either squad here in the ESL Challenger League Season 51 Asia Cup 3. We are in the lower bracket final, and Urkos causing damage outside. Does get traded immediately by Tikuak, so that's a good way to stem the bleeding.
CDs are going to be relying on Tikuak to try and find a little bit more than just that, though. They still want information on what could be going on outside. But this late into the round, even taking that peek feels risky. Mick could already be scoped in and waiting for you to make that mistake. So Tikuak stays inside hell, if I'm not wrong, and an E-Fire will try and keep them away from Mini. The T's as well are running out of options. They don't have smokes to make this cross. They will make the migration of death down secret. Just 3-man walking forward. Redka's taking some space into the lobby, so they'll have an idea of what's going on, but an idea might not be enough here.
Yeah, really, really ballsy call to slide into secret steps like that. But they have to finish on this B bomb site. Zesta just trying to maintain presence in lobby and will succeed in getting his opening kill. That B bomb site is completely vacant, and as time goes down, they will need to hurry this plant because a ramp rotate is en route and a player down the vents too.
Big forward is going to be punished by MIQ, and that leads just to, it feels like it's going to be the win coming out for NEXVOID. Accuracy helping put things to bed as well. Only Coolest remains, and he will be put away. It is 19-16. Nuke stolen out by NEXVOID in a double overtime affair after losing that first half on their CT side. Post-winning pistol and the conversion 4-8, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic job coming back into this game. They pull it back in regulation, they threaten that overtime, and as things get into the second, it becomes a little bit worrying as to whether or not they can close and convert on that comeback, because Coolest was up to some crazy antics to keep Chinggis Warriors in the game. But yeah, the critical pieces stepped up, and Urcast, I mean, hats off to you, because he called a fantastic half, and also just found so much success on getting killed outside.
Yeah, I mean, we saw so much diversity in how they were collecting on those kills and what they were doing, but Urcast is going to need to keep that coming into map number 2. It'll be their own map pick of Inferno. Up next for the NEXVOID side. Can they close it out in 2 and make the grand finals, or will this be a 3-map affair? Let's find out after a break. Back into it with map number 2 for the lower bracket finals. Chinggis Warriors losing out on their own map pick. Nuke hotly contested. 16-19 loss after the T side seemed to be the predominant affair for both of these teams. Now, it's time to see whether NEXVOID can actually close things out. Urkas, what a fantastic performance he had in that first map. Calling, killing, and everything in between. I'm 2 times on by Michael Human Cassidy. We continue on with the ESL Challenger Cup.
Yeah, it seemed to be both the players at the helm of these projects that seem to be doing most of the work. I mean, Urcast versus Coolest. From my understanding, Coolest is calling and trying to be an in-game leader. I'm sure there's a bit of a conference within that squad, but it did seem like it was those two going blow for blow, trying to find ways to disrupt rounds or create opportunities. For Urcast, a lot of it was to do with entries. For Coolest, some of it was his positioning and some of the aggro moves that he was going for. Yeah, it was very much a head-to-head tactically and firepower-wise between these two leaders of these rosters. Which leads us into another map where that can certainly be the case. An Inferno that has been the bread and butter for NEXVOID, definitely the map they most frequent in their first draft and what they want to pick very often into series. This is where the Chinggis Warriors will have to demonstrate that grit that pulled them into those overtimes, that created all those opportunities. They're going to need this map in order to stay alive here in the ESL Challenger League.
Yeah, Urkas likes to pick Inferno. What a shocker.
Yeah.
Every single team he's ever been on, that's been a true fact. But let's see whether or not this can continue the legacy of his Inferno calling. Obviously, in a lot of ways, very similar to Nuke in the sense that you can make a lot of decisions yourself on when to take fights, especially on the CT side. So I'm interested to see how exactly he wants to fashion this together. His T side that he'll be starting things out on will be featuring 3 sets of util as they go out towards Banana for a little bit of an early contest. It is double dualies and a flashbang for E-Fire, featured on the Chinggis Warriors. Peek through, Oceana realizes there's a man nearby, a quick peek up, and Oceana somehow gets the better of Rue, who had a decent game, but not quite the explosive affair that we had yesterday from him. He's hoping to perhaps level up the gravity in his TNT.
Yeah, I mean, a little awkward for them that they're trying to transition into a boost just off of that decoy that Oceana throws. But you can see that there's no sudden moves here from NEXVOID either. Still got flashes that they can throw around the half wall, and they will perfectly blind them up. But E-Fire collects and finishes off the job onto Oceana, so back to 4-on-4.
They have the utility to be able to bump into the B-bomb side, but look at what Coolest is up to. He really wants to explore. Spots out that there's no one here, thinks that they backed off. This could be incredibly misleading, though, as Urkas chases past him. Will not be able to trace them down. T still have some room where they can try and make a move out towards his B-bomb side, but with Coolest already playing up much further ahead from that smoke, it doesn't feel like the CT should have bidden, but with the rotation from Redcut, Taekuak is left alone. The dualies not being able to find much. Mick does get taken down, and with the smoke that's a bit late for the T's, they will be trying to move past, and that smoke ends up helping them rather than harming them, which is what should have been the case. Redcut looking for the kill on the cross, will not be able to find it. Bomb being planted, and the T's now have to find a way to back off. Redcut puts down accuracy, so they are going to be in a 2 versus 3. Zesta needs this kill, and fast. Urkas and Zesta both able to chime in with a kill apiece, and now Coolest left alone. 1-on-2. Been looking for action since the start of this round, and he will finally find it. Turns the corner. Coolest, however, will not get the better of Zesta. Zesta comes out on top in a very chaotic affair, but one that still ends up with a T-side win.
Yeah, very slow and steady pistol from the T side. I mean, they had these 2 belts of utility. They take different timings. They're waiting for the re-aggression from the Chinggis Warriors. They actually sell the idea of it being B because of how many resources were expended that area. They see 2 smokes. They know that it was 2 sets of flashbangs, and very, very rarely will you ever see a team on a pistol round throw as many resources as that to a site and not commit to it. And the fact that there was all that pressure, yeah, the Chinggis Warriors were fully convinced. Very weird move for Redka getting ahead of the retake as well. You know, him getting that 1 kill 3-on-2 and then just darting into the bomb site. Could have waited for his teammates to be in a better position. But they were feeling outmaneuvered. And so desperate times call for desperate measures. None more desperate than a full stack on a bomb site. That seems to be the wrong site to call.
So far.
They're going to realize that it's a stack in a second because the Chinggis Warriors are starting to clear things out. And so it's a Zesta and Mick feast inside of middle.
Yeah, having the Galils in that situation always feels like, man, I wish I had the SMGs, but also the 35 bullets are kind of nice. And you get to scream out, say hello to my mid-sized friend.
I guarantee you no player has ever uttered
say
those
hello
words.
to my mid-sized friend. That's actually how I introduce Michael at parties.
Hey, whoa. I am very suitably sized, thank you very much.
5M4 is coming through over here for the Chinggis Warriors. And they're really sticking to this pendulum back to A. They're very convinced that this is going to be ruled with the stopping power of 1,000 suns.
Yeah, a 4A stack so early, especially when you know that they've likely saved over a couple of these SMGs, is a little bit surprising.
It's also the backside line. Like, you don't have anyone deep into arches. It's not a deep sight line in from short as well. No one's in position to take information, and you don't have the flashes to spare either. This is a gamble stack.
And they are a little resource light. They don't have kits either. So maybe that factors into their choice to play it this way.
Why is the bomb in despawn? What is accuracy possibly going back for?
Ran back for flashes, I think. That must be the case, because there was no reason for him to take that route. Bomb was already on his back.
There's 40 seconds left on the clock, and they have managed to hoodwink themselves into going A.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. This is going to work out.
Can they get the kill? Oh, incendiary timing could not be better over here either, and that's maybe even revealed that this jig might be up. Mick is a very important piece of the puzzle over here. He needs to be able to find red card. There's no other way of dealing with this. And this, oh my god, 15 seconds, and the CTs have bitten down onto a fake that they didn't even realize was there. Oceana does get traded in the crossfire, looking good, but can the bomb be planted? 7 seconds on the line as the digits get dialed. EFI coming in from behind, up above, will get one more, and Urkast, who did call through what was almost a masterful stroke at B, will instead end up being the last domino that falls here at A. This is going to be a wild ride.
Yeah, this, I mean, it's a bit of a strange set of calls, both directions. Urkast is probing into that B-bomb site and seeing nothing. I mean, he's not getting the reactions that you typically expect from the Chinggis Warriors. They're not trying to retake top banana. He pushed past the smoke. He knew that wasn't the case. And because it's so late in the round and he's still throwing utility towards that B-bomb site, yeah, even though the Chinggis Warriors were sat on A for basically 1 minute 20, they start to make a move because they haven't seen anything on the A-bomb side either. But really nicely handled to get a few of those kills as they're trying to progress into the site. You can see there was full panic on NEXVOID because they knew they didn't have that clock to play with. So a big gamble, but one that pays off for the Chinggis Warriors, even if they don't go all in for the whole round.
Rook hits the deck immediately, and E-Fire certainly feels it. Kula so far yet to be engaged within the course of this game. It's early days, but let's also not forget Kula can sometimes just kind of vanish. Sure, he'll always have 2, maybe 3 good impactful rounds, but you don't want this to be a cold start for him on his opponent's map pick. He is going to be incredibly important. 5 versus 3 now with 2 players still over here for the CT side. Do they look to try and fight this, or will they just back off?
Well, that's a good way to start things off. I mean, they haven't even got themselves into an afterplant as of yet here on NEXVOID. First spam is good. The second looks pretty on the money, but just a little high. So yeah, this does transition into a save call. Players are too low. So this will be another round here for NEXVOID. Just blowing open that bottom B smoke, creating a lot of chaos. I mean, Chinggis Warriors have not necessarily always fought for top banana. This time they tried to with that 3B start. And they caught it a bad time. It does seem like both of these teams are very spawn call heavy. I'd say that's really how the Chinggis Warriors like to approach rounds on their T side primarily, but you know, on Inferno, it's not unusual for teams to want to have these ideas at the start of the round to take the banana control or be aggressive in the apartments. That's how you try and create these openings for yourself and will it down to a 5-on-4. But because they're both very spawn call heavy, it does lead to some interesting positions that wouldn't happen in normal sort of default setups.
Yeah, I think spawn calling is also given a bad rep, unnecessarily so, because obviously, you know, on the very highest level, which the most people have exposure to, it can be a little bit wonky. But when it comes to putting together a newer team, or in the case of Chinggis Warriors, when it comes to a newer IGL taking the reins and whatnot, it is one of the most useful step ladders to success that you can possibly have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know we've talked in the past about Snappy and that being a trademark of his game, but he's always been good at building teams up.
Rue faces into 3 players and realizes that there's going to be a lot of problems coming over their wave, and soon Kudos is coming over. Grenade pin probably already pulled at this point, but they're going to realize very quickly that the T side is not committing over here. This is going to be, dare I say it, maybe even a little bit overthinking. Tikwak's in a very good position to try and defend this one, and Redka's not half banned either. The HEs from the CT side, as well as the smoke, are going to completely stall the Ts. They have no HEs to break open the smoke. They've got a lot of flashbangs, so coming through is going to be possible, not to take that away from them, but man, the CTs are also with utility. This is going to be a 15-second commitment from the T side and a 5-on-5, and although there's a TK, it's eFire who's doing the most. MIQ coming in for a impossible scenario. eFire is playing ring around the rosies, and with a quick triple, will give Chinggis Warriors that second round. There is such a thing as overcooking.
Having that third man there made a world of a difference. I mean, eFire does a fantastic job just dancing that pillar, and as they get this double entry, and maybe it's even, you know, kind of a triple entry with the team kill in there, eFire is just able to line them up and then realize he had to try and play for time and for those rotates, and just handles it by himself in the end. So, I mean, great job by eFire. The NEXVOID side were maybe hoping that because they, you know, run these late fakes and diversions over at B, that it might still just be a 2B setup, that there wouldn't be that extra reinforcements, but the Chinggis Warriors, like you said, had these belts of utility ready to react. Starting 3B again, and this time, you know, not unlike the last round, playing a fairly passive setup. The NEXVOID don't seem like they're as convinced. So some top and of pressure, and while that was mounting, I mean, Zesta was probing inside of the B apartments and hearing and seeing nothing in response from the CTs. So he mantles back into position. The team are grouping back towards middle.
Smoke timing could not be better.
Yeah, really nicely done from Tikwak.
And the Ts are going to have to reconsider how they're using their HE grenades, to be honest. With how well Chinggis Warriors have been able to hold on to these smokes for the late round, you can't come through these with just a flashbang or two. And they're realizing that. Zesta forced away. Tikwak good for a quick kill. Reload is going to be allowed, and with rotations coming in, flashes galore.
Oh, wow.
Mick on the floor, and they're just getting more. Chinggis Warriors, it's all just a matter of patience, and they've got plenty of it.
Yeah, very well read round. I mean, they understood that the B timings have not been working out for them, but they decide to reaggress as that smoke blooms in mid. They actually take over top banana as well, so they were comfortable leaning over extra rotates over to that B bomb site. They knew that top B was fully under their control, and with 30 seconds left on that clock, yeah, NEXVOID had few places that they could go to surprise the Chinggis Warriors. So all their timings were hit. That Tikwak block, the retake. all slotted into place. They knew exactly what was coming. And great counter flashes as well from the A players.
One for one. This is one of the first times in the past, what, 4 rounds that we've actually seen a kill come through in the first few seconds.
Yeah, and a proper starting brawl. I mean, Nick wanted to take that deep position on Logs and they got incendiaried out. Zesta hunting inside of mid by himself. That was a raw 1v1 duel. But Tikawak has been sharp.
Did you just call Zesta a Vespa?
Yep, I might have. That might have slipped out.
The Italian scooter. Defining a generation of mobility, Zesta is now on the floor abandoned.
Well, it's the right map for it.
Coolest. HE goes too deep and Urkos is very close by. This could be dangerous. Rue is repositioning. Should he be cut off in that process? It is gone, baby, gone. Rue gets good for one, but accuracy will double up and give himself a chance. These are CTs that are very far away. Accuracy has the world to explore. Maybe even a dead Vespa to ride on.
Super open plant, though, and so they're going to have to eliminate every possibility. They don't have the time to squander.
Got the kits at the very least, but accuracy reveals position. Repositions back over for a peek in, catches them out with nades in their hands, brings it back to a one-on-one. Fighting for 4, but Redcross somehow gets it done. He's not supposed to win these.
Oh, he got caught. He got caught. He was trying to tap the defuse and force the fight. Accuracy jumped the gun and still couldn't finish off his meal. That looked like another great accuracy clutch. Teed up. Yeah, Redka should not win that fight. But one missed bullet is the difference between a round 1 for NEXVOID or for the Chinggis Warriors. 4-3.
Whew.
He is an unpredictable guy, this Coolest.
Tikawak is pretty predictable, though. He's been winning that 1 versus 1 for the past 3 rounds in a row now.
Hold on, things are just weird here. Oh, nice shot from Redcup. And switches to the USB. Got the info that the player was low. And so things line up here for the Chinggis Warriors. 2 casualties, but they'll happily take that.
We've gone from feeling like this is, or at least I've gone from feeling like this is controlling tempo at the very least, if nothing else coming out from NEXVOID. Like, hey, sure, maybe Chinggis Warriors are doing well with some reads, or maybe just even some stacks forget reads. Now NEXVOID don't feel like they have that same super elaborate plan where they're coming through with 7 things in mind that they've got to accomplish, and when that grocery list of items is done, they know they're going to win a round.
Yeah.
Now we need individual players to step up. And Urkost, he's 2-5 right now. Mick, 5-7. Zesta, look, he's just not going to be able to be that involved. It has to be Urkost and Mick to show up over here.
Especially when there are such big reasons as to why they pulled through on Nuke. Has to come from either them or others on this roster. And the Chinggis Warriors have done well to establish themselves in this half. It's like you said, it did feel like they were constantly reacting, trying to get a step ahead and reading it wrong, and then they got one read right and everything seems to have turned. This is a wrong read though. 2 on A, and they get blocked off on the rotates. So aggression in from Redka had to try and fight for something because the whole bomb site is going to be swarmed from all avenues of attack. Great entry from Oceana as well. And this is a instant save call here for the Chinggis Warriors. Sometimes
how much
right,
easier the
round good. Read wrong, round bad.
Yeah, but also how much easier do these rounds look when the D side commit when there's about 15 seconds left on the clock?
Yeah, that probably also helps. At least they have options if things go wrong.
And just as a reminder to everyone, right? these are fairly young players. When there's 15 seconds left on the clock, they're also more likely to just miss their shots, right? Like this inexperience that you have to take into account. That's like, hey, maybe we didn't clear an angle. Hey, maybe we didn't play anti-flash one time. Our spacing gets messed up.
Nah, I'm sure it's fine.
They're too young to know fear, I'm sure.
Yeah, two youngest players on the server, Oceana at 18 and Tikawak 16. Both have been doing a fairly solid job. Oceana having some struggles on this Inferno, but you saw on that T side on Nuke, just the aggressive space taking, and he didn't light up the scoreboard. But he's doing his job. Decent damage nade onto Rooks at the start, but the Chinggis Warriors are trying to fight a bit more aggressively towards the top side of Banana. There's no response really from NEXVOID. Oh, missed shot from Coolest. It looked like that was a sitter, but he thought it was such an easy shot that he thought he'd done his job.
No
even doubling
way.
up after the fact. I mean, it's just a complete runway driven by Mick. Tikawak, good response around the edge of that smoke and has enough space actually to escape. But in a 4-on-3, is it even worth the effort to retake?
Coolest is going to be kicking himself, man. I don't know if he was maybe caught looking at a radar, something of the sort, you know. Always possible when you are taking on the mantle of calling.
It just looks like such a freebie.
Yep.
Like one of those shots that riflers have where they tap ahead and quick switch. It kind of looked like that, but you obviously can't make that mistake on an AWP.
Chinggis Warriors put themselves in a very good position to actually run away with this half, and now these last two rounds, I mean, sure, the previous one a lot more excusable, but Mick is the direct reason why they win it, and he was supposed to be buried and gone before you even had to think about him. CTs are being hunted, there's no utility for the T side, so this is going to be a little bit difficult to actually get these duels in their favor. At the end of the day, it will just be an AK gifted to the CTs that will not be recovered. They're worried, maybe rightfully so, about losing another rifle.
Yeah, I mean, Mick had a lot of bloodlust, but how couldn't you? You know, you got a new lease on life, did everything you needed to win that A-bomb site. Why not try and get you one more? Last couple rounds of the half. Some cash in reserve here for NEXVOID, so expect buy after buy. But for the Chinggis Warriors, that is an absolute necessity because they don't have those deep coffers. Full commitment. Red cut on that AWP, not Coolest.
Ooh. Well, he was heard burning, that's for sure.
It's a sad way to lose a kill.
They're going to have to make a move over here on this A-bomb side, and as Zesta's playing this incredibly passively, he's realized that they've flash cleared out Boiler. Now is when Zesta will make a move to prevent rotations more than anything else. Mick is making noise, going back over now. The CTs haven't heard him, but that's what the Ts are relying on regardless. E-Fire left alone. Had a great round around the Spiller before, but Urkos will not allow that to be doubled up with 2 kills again. They're going to force the CTs to save over here. Coolest needs to back off. There is no contesting this round.
Yeah, he absolutely should just try and save this rifle.
Urkos.
Wait, okay. It didn't look like he actually saw him. Somebody might have said something to him. A bit of a late reaction.
Please don't repeat. All right.
Yeah, doing damage doesn't do a lot for you here. So prioritize saving the weapon, not taking fights. And
Mick, please.
Free kill for Mick.
Why is everyone missing?
They missed the free ones, but the hard duels, Mick just wanted to look them in the eyes before he took another player down. Not a single player saved on this Chinggis Warriors side. So no AWPs. I mean, they actually can buy up one AWP. Evar actually had quite a lot of money in reserve, but it'll be for 2 rifles most likely instead. Hey.
And look, we said it, right? Make and Urkos need to step up in a moment where it feels like their calling might be failing them. That's exactly what happens. Making that with that double kill in the round gone by, and Urkos now with his own double, just unlocking the rounds with a quick little clinical incision. Nades, flashes, the works being chucked out to fight for Banana, but it is 3 players ready and waiting. Coolest wants to take the peak and take the league with the Farmers, but he's losing life forward, pushes further ahead. Oceana on the wide swing, expected support, but couldn't be provided it. These Warriors have to eat themselves up for success over here, though. This should be a 6-6 scoreline at the end of the half if numbers are to be believed, but it's not just numbers that you need to look at here.
Yeah, you can feel comfortable in a 2-2 split when you have this man advantage. That's the one real positive here for the Chinggis Warriors. Sometimes you'll see teams go for gamble stacks when it's even numbers, you know, 5-on-5s, but yeah, 2v3s don't sound so bad in defense of a site. Stop and freeze. That's the hunts for a kill. He was the healthiest of the lot. But now no longer the case. An impossible 4v2 to lose.
All right, guys, I'm going to say it again. An impossible situation to lose, but Rue has been spotted out. All right, Aircast will not have the benefit of accuracy getting a quick double kill to unlock this round. It is going to be game over here, and now Aircast tapping out those digits will be taken down. 6-6 at the turn of the half. Chinggis Warriors do well to keep themselves in a mitigated damage position. The question is, can they now deal damage going out of the T side? Let's find out after a quick break. 6-6 at the turn of the half as Chinggis Warriors are able to delay that Urkos onslaught. Turns out Urkos did a pretty good job of delaying his own onslaught sometimes as well. Urkos and Mick combining forces to provide 2 critical rounds to give NEXVOID a chance for 6. This is not firm territory that either team is standing on coming into the second half as the second map of the lower bracket final of ECL Asia Cup 3 continues.
Yeah, the first map being won by NEXVOID in a double overtime bout on the Chinggis Warriors map pick, so this is a necessity that they steal one back here on Inferno. Very pacey pistol here for the T side. Chinggis Warriors just looking to accelerate straight to that B bomb site. Oceana not playing inside of the site, playing for the retake instead, and as his teammates start to barrel down mid.
Oceana's taken a very far back position, and Coolest is going to be the difference maker already with a kill coming through. And sure, he's traded quickly, but Oceana, now the call's been made to try and trace him down. Rue's able to get the better of him, and they're been completely hoodwinked by Tikuak.
They fought in spawn. That was the call that was given over by Oceana, that they're fighting for spawn, and Tikuak just tucked in at the sandbags, and no one tries to clear it. It was a haphazard glance, I think, by that secondary player into the B-bomb site, but he did not clock it. And so these are easy kills for Tikuak.
God, he's not going to feel good about that at all.
Gave it a passing glance, but I don't know if that's a 4x3 moment or what, but he definitely did not notice.
Immediate force by coming out from the NEXVOID side as well. Cleaning this one up should not be too problematic. Zesta pulls out the 5-7, though this is not the angle you want to contend with. Red Cuff does put him down. 1-for-1 is good enough, but Mick is able to take use of the damage that was dealt earlier on. E-Fire decides he does not need vision, he just needs a general direction to shoot bullets in.
Yeah, great spam kill. 3v3, but yeah, they have no idea that Roof's in this position, so he not only gets the info on a player's spawn, but also hears about the flank from mid. So he's just being an elusive target. Does get hounded down in the end. That 5-7 CZ combo.
Utility.
It's still early enough that they can go for this.
They have a lot of utility over here as well to try and clear out pit, but they will send it at the wrong position. A smoke now down. Tikuak has the HE to try and pop it open if they really want to. But all in the meanwhile, it's actually Patrick. I mean, it's not the best look. I'm not going to say what I was going to, but it's not the best look. Let's put it that way.
It's not a 1G, but
yeah,
it's a collaborative one.
It's an us G. Actually, we do everything together, including burn to our deaths.
Well, at least it doesn't have people worried like 5G. 8-6. The Chinggis Warriors back-to-back rounds coming into the second half. No issues versus those 5-7s, you know, 2v2.
Why are you buying deagles, guys? Please don't.
Yeah, but they're just rushing straight at them, so these deags better hit quick.
The deags aren't here, Michael.
Well, then, they're in trouble.
Like, look, a lot of the reason why it's a little bit more accessible to buy deagles is the kill bonus, right? And if you're going to be relying on that, please participate in the stack.
It kind of looked like they wanted to fight top B, and then they heard all the util. That's why I thought maybe the deags would be there, because, you know, not that uncommon to see a player with a deagle try and take an opening fight over in Banana. But yeah, they were nowhere to be seen. They were A instead. And these MAC-10s have gobbled up every kill so far. Only one will go to the rifle of Tikuak.
That's such a bad deagle purchase. Mick doesn't have an op now unless Oceana drops one for him and sacrifices so much on his own side. They're going full rifles, which, look, that's fine. That's okay. But even if you want to go full rifles, you don't want the you want the option of going for more. You want those extra flashes in that case. You want that extra kit in that case. You want the benefits of the extra accoutrements.
Define that word for me, please.
It's just like extra cool little things on the side. I don't actually know how to pronounce it in English. It's also an English word. It's like accoutrements or something. I don't know, dude.
Yeah,
you guys are weird.
Let's just take the French word and just butcher the pronunciation. That'll work. That sounds very English. I understood what you meant, but I wanted to see if you could give me like a dictionary definition, you know? So, quizzing you, really.
Okay, teacher.
Yeah, because I couldn't do it, you know? So, may as well make you.
I didn't just listen to the pronunciation. It is accoutrement. It sounds a lot more underwhelming.
Yeah.
Speaking of underwhelming, a little bit underwhelmed by what the T's have put forward so far. They're still waiting at the bottom of B, and sure, retaking Banana is always a game plan that's viable, but with Accuracy putting himself in a good position and having apartments control to a large extent, this is well placed for NEXVOID so far.
Yeah, Rook's just trying to run some distraction over towards Banana. Flash over that half wall, Molotov as well on the corner, and it has drawn an extra rotate. Accuracy makes his way over, but he's starting to reconsider. 30 seconds left on this clock. Chinggis Warriors are going to have to spring to action now.
Zesta has utility in his hands. He has to be very careful about this one. Will let the smoke go and will take the fight instead. Flashbang in. Rook should be gone, and indeed he is. Fade away, but Mick isn't able to do the same. Zesta needs to come alive in a big way, and he has found at least the one. And he comes through with more Accuracy, pushing forward from behind, and they've not been able to overrun that apartment's position. So Accuracy's triple is going to be secured.
Yeah, I mean, lovely stuff. It's very weird to see players sort of bounce aggro like that on a bomb site when they're so far detached from one another. But Zesta takes contact and gets a kill. They're distracted. They understand that the time is against them. And every time Zesta got another kill, Accuracy kept swinging in towards middle. And each time there was another back exposed. So yeah, between the two of them, they locked down that A site. Even if the first player did get caught so quickly, the util made it out of their hands. And they made sure that Chinggis Warriors couldn't get much ground on the site. Both these teams on this T side exploring the clock. Yet to see whether the Chinggis Warriors are going to lean that way as heavily throughout this T side, but that was certainly the case for NEXVOID. Put themselves in a lot of high pressure positions just by running it down to 20 seconds.
Yeah, one is dipping their toes into the timing question. The other is diving headfirst into it. Still no AWP coming out for the CTs, but you weren't expecting to see one in this round anyway. 4 players alive still means that they've actually built up some money. This is where the T's have to start to sweat a little bit. A bomb plant would be vital to at least giving themselves a chance to buy again into the next round. But ideally, you just win. That's going to be made slightly more difficult with the kind of HE damage that's being dealt out to them. Redcut doesn't care about HE damage. Somehow he's forgetting that he's a coach. Every single day that goes by, Redcut just gets better.
Yeah, he's been playing great, actually. I mean, the first map, he was hitting some great shots. I mean, the AWP on that CT side as well also seemed to work for him.
You're kidding me!
That's a hell of an entry from Coolest.
Incendiary down for Accuracy as well as the smoke and flashes to delay. Flash is good. That's going to buy them more time than anything else and actually forces the T's back. So while Zesta pushed forward, worried about second mid, Accuracy will lose his life, leave Urkos alone. And the CTs, I said they built up money, but Michael, not this kind of money. Urkos is not even feeling like he can back off necessarily. He'll take the contest head on, but this isn't the weapon to do it with. You don't even have bullets to actually kill all 4 players. And well, I guess that's a problem he doesn't have to deal with if he loses that second duel.
Yeah, it would have had to be the crispest 1v4 from that position you would have ever seen, and that he's just not up to the task. I mean, great job from Coolest. Created space, even though they got blocked by the smoke. Accuracy trying to play ahead of it. They're at a man deficit. You know, he's just doing his best to try and guard the bomb site. And while he got his 1 kill, he just got met by a hail of bullets through that smoke. Chinggis Warriors taking those opening opportunities in stride for a 10th round. Not expecting Redcut to be as big an influence as he has been on this game. But, well, that's disgusting.
No, you can't be fighting back like that. Surely not. Root doesn't even get taken down. This is shocking. You needed a grenade after that. There were 3 players with utility in their hands, one of whom were low. Accuracy needed to get more there, and I know it's unreasonable. It really is, but this is just the kind of round where maybe you could have turned things around.
Yeah, when two players get double entried so quickly like that, as much as accuracy did, because he did a damn good job, they did need way more if they wanted to go for this round. We might not have expected Redka to get as much impact as this, but Rooks, we're expecting impact out of this guy.
It's scary that Dust 2 is supposed to be next if we go there. Because, like, Coolest isn't hitting those nuke numbers, but man, if everyone's shooting on Dust 2, Chinggis Warriors are supposed to be the better firepower team, except for Redka. He's supposed to be the exception.
Yeah, well, the Chinggis Warriors will also have a bit of a chip on their shoulder for that Dust 2. They lost it to Fengda in overtime.
Yep.
In fact, both maps they lost in overtime to Fengda, 16-14 on both Mirage and Dust 2. Even though they took Nuke 13-2, they somehow still lost the series. Well, they'll have a point to prove if we end up on Dust, but we're not there yet.
Faster play perhaps to come through for the Chinggis Warriors. A refreshing change of faces. Mick will be missing out on any opportunity to do much with his AWP. The MP9 peeking back out over, and Ifar's second peek will give him the kill. Nick has to reaggress. There's no option but to do so. Zesta can only cover off his behind from being exploited with a quicker play from Tikuak, who does have the bomb. Now, Urkas pushing forward over here is something that he has to be very careful about. Accuracy's made this exact same play before, and the smoke is dissipating, so they're expecting it. Zesta good for one, and Nick will land the shot as well, so the CTs are keeping this assault at bay. Zesta's been the rock on this A site, but even he's now put down. A 1 versus 2 where Tikuak's already gotten a double, an HE that's dodge, and an incendiary that does nothing. Tikuak is contained to the site, but Urkas is waiting for him to make a mistake. Tikuak will provide that error. And between Urkas and Zesta, somehow they saved this round.
Oh my god. Urkast peaked so delayed that Tikuak started thinking that he's just stalling for someone to come up short. I think he was about to turn around as Urkast peaked. And sure enough, Unks got those timings. This was really well handled, though, from Zesta and Meg. Both locking down the apartments and short, understanding that they didn't want to leave themselves open to being wrapped from all sides. They fought for position, and after Zesta takes contact in the apartments, Mig is on high guard, expecting the reaction on short. Zesta's been locking it down on A. Provided he doesn't get annihilated by Redka.
Yeah. The expected outcome, of course.
Yeah. Most days you'd take those odds, but maybe not today.
Well, speaking of maybe not today, Mick, maybe not the day to be sitting out in Banana with grenade barrages coming over. Zesta will then fall, once again, annihilated by Redka. There's one man left. It's accuracy. It's all to do and nothing to do it with.
Yeah, it sucks, but you're gonna have to save from this. Great call from the Chinggis Warriors. Excellent time to pull out that nade stack. A bit risky from NEXVOID to post up on the corner like that when the smoke is a little too deep for you to get much information, and you're not funneling players out of position at logs or, you know, causing disruptions yourself. But the Chinggis Warriors have, you know, I would hazard the guess that if you comb through hundreds... Oh,
okay.
Okay, that's a ridiculous...
Come on.
Kill him. You got flashed and then wallbang. Full running. I hazard the guess if you combed through hundreds of Chinggis Warrior demos and you looked at their Inferno, they probably pull out that nade stack 1 in 100 rounds. Maybe if I'm being generous, like 1 in every 60 rounds. But this was the right time because they get a clean opener and then they also get a kill on the A site.
It's also just one of these sort of inter-team calls where it's like, hey, yeah, listen, Mick, he's not actually showing us anything with the AWP out on towards the B-bomb side. They did just win a convincing round where they'll also have saved the op. They want to change something up on the CT side as well. Let's just make sure there isn't an op around that corner.
Mm-hmm.
The interplay of calling in domestic teams is always what makes derbies so much fun. And it's one of the big things that obviously we've lost in a lot of the internationalization of Counter-Strike. Mick and Zestar are making moves. Accuracy supporting, he comes out on top in that kill and even backs off with a flashbang. Now he does get self-flashed, that's not great, does get taken down because of it, and all in the meanwhile, Zesta and Mick even backing off and away from the boiler room. Redcov finally loses a duel. Zesta getting the better of him, but Rue is still around. Rue and Tikuak bring it back to a 1-on-2. Oceana has not had a good game so far, and with Rue spotting him out, Oceana wanted to take the duel before the bomb is planted. No longer a possibility to do so. Rue backs off, repositions, and a grenade gone deep. It is put to bed. 13-8, Chinggis Warriors steal away Inferno. Both teams trading map picks. That's 2 coming up next. Michael, Inferno was a bit of a scare in the beginning, but Chinggis Warriors stabilized anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they just had a very stable performance from everyone involved. I mean, we had a lot of great rounds and great multi-kills from pretty much everybody on the roster. So, I mean, that's a very positive sign for them moving into a Dust 2, where a lot of those individual fights may be leveraged a little bit more. But I think the Chinggis Warriors actually had some very solid reads throughout this map. You know, Urcast tried to be tricky and tried to play on these lower, late executes. And it didn't necessarily always work because the Chinggis Warriors were taking a couple of risks, and quite a few of them did work out.
And look, at this point onwards, going into Dust 2, where, you know, as much as we've praised NEXVOID for their T side over on Inferno, I have to say, rather over on Nuke, I have to say a little bit lacking over here on Inferno, be it the swing timings, be it maybe even just losing out on a lot of duels in positions where they're not expecting someone to be through. This will have to be a masterclass on Dust 2 to come out on every level. We need more from Mick as an AWPer versus Kulas, who's likely to be the dominant position, just by nature of who he is, right? Urcos, we need more in the calling department. And even after all of that, I don't know if it'll be enough. We're gonna have to wait to see. Chinggis Warriors coming into Dust 2 should be favorites, but we said that before, and we've been wrong about it before too. So let's find out what the result is after a quick break. Dust 2 awaits. Map number 3 and no other way that we would want it. Welcome back to the ESL Challenger League Season 51. The third Asia Cup continues with the lower bracket final. We have Fengda awaiting in the ranks over in the grand finals. Right now it is a Mongolian derby between Chinggis Warriors and NEXVOID to see who will face Fengda. Tikwak had a fantastic performance in that previous map, snagging up that map MVP. And listen, if we're talking about MVPs in the classical sense of the word, Coolest might not have won that first map, but he kind of was giving MVP vibes as well. Chinggis Warriors are going to need both of them to activate, though, to take this one home on Dust 2. Tea time. Joined by Michael, Yumi, Cassidy.
Yep, that is true. That's me right with you. And yeah, it's kind of been really all about Tikwak and Coolest so far in this series. And, you know, eFire had a very solid Inferno, but it's very rare that we're seeing many players step into those playmaking opportunities as much as those two. On the other side, you know, Zesta having a pretty solid performance on Inferno. Didn't necessarily have the greatest impact on Nuke, but that was a map that NEXVOID won. So they are hoping that all these pieces come together nicely for a Dust 2, where I'm expecting a bit more of the same. You know, some of these gamble stacks, these aggressive gambits that both these teams are going for in the opening idea. And it will be quite fascinating to watch whether or not the AWP conversation can lean even slightly over to NEXVOID, who actually made great use of both accuracy and mic on both the maps so far. Accuracy having a bit of a blinder as well on Nuke, but they're going to need him to try and cool down Coolest. Otherwise, this could be a stolen victory at the end of the series for the Chinggis Warriors.
The Warriors will start things off with Rue having questions about his performance as well, where he's been good, right? He's been good, but he's not shown at that exceptional level. As Coolest gets taken down early on in the pistol round, he has a chance to shine over here immediately into it. 5 versus 4. CTs will be resetting back and leaving Mick alone in the middle. That could be an avenue that is going to be challenged later on.
Well, some recognition as to what's happening. They hear the mid-B smoke. They know that there's a player trapped behind those boxes for now, but they don't see them scale up. And Mick goes investigating, but takes a headshot for his troubles. That opens the possibility for this mid-B split. Tikwak even dropping spawn to deal with that player. Ocean swinging wide with the dualies, and out from window. They're combining on this B bomb site to be a complete nuisance. Block on the doors as well, so they have to funnel through that window if they want that plant. And Redkid goes out swinging. Tikwak brought down low, and that bomb has absolutely no safe haven. eFire dealt with and traded outside those B doors. So that was just the 17 HP Tikwak, who cannot wrangle that final headshot. Aircast with 3 kills. Got the darting opener onto Coolest, but also collects on the rotate.
If your proposition to me is going to be that Urkast is going to have that Nuke-esque performance where he seems to just win every duel, I'm open to this exchange. I will take that. All right. Good way to start of Dust 2. A quick triple kill on the USBs will be giving him a lot of confidence, and as long as they can deal with the 4 spies over here, I believe that will be 4 pistol rounds out of the 4. Out of the 5 that they've played so far, that they will have won and converted on. Well, that's certainly going to help. Coolest isn't aware of accuracy, and Mick just staring him down in middle.
Yeah, went for a bit of a double setup out towards middle, but leaves the B bomb site slightly more vulnerable. Back at the bomb site, smoked off just to try and create more space. Ocean allows for his teammates to collect most of the kills instead, and they definitely heard Redka running at them through those B doors, but they just assumed it was another teammate. I think
one of us.
He was behind enemy lines, and they didn't even know.
It is important that Redka doesn't find himself a kill or 2 over there, right? You look out towards the seat economy. They obviously take 5 rifles forward as well over here. They will be very healthy coming into the first actual gun round, and I doubt that we'll see it. But we could have a very early double off setup coming out from them as well, which is obviously something that on Nuke gave a lot of help after accuracy and Mick. Okay.
Okay.
That's
yeah,
dead.
That's
Woo! Cartwheeling forward midair.
a ridiculous way to die. I mean, dig through the door, then trade it by a nade, and then they're not even really being given proper peeks by these CTs. They're getting barraged and spammed.
Arcus backs off and he's hoping that the reload will be enough to bait them in for a couple of more kills for Accuracy over here. Accuracy is being given a lot of mid priority in these anti-eco rounds, anti-force buy as well, and I kind of like that. I think getting Accuracy enabled is going to be a very critical part of this. Obviously, Accuracy, Mick, whichever one you want to see coming alive, both of them are going to be very instrumental to this game.
I mean, fully expect for NEXVOID to invest in a double AWP when they feel like their economy is healthy enough to do it.
Yeah, for now they're playing a little bit of a bonus situation with the Falmuses. Not really worth it to throw those away. I'm surprised that they do only go for a couple of kits, but hey, one on either side of the map should be fine. Challenging
here by the Chinggis Warriors. I mean, they get blocked off on long, and that may be a good attack avenue. That's good damage on the spam, though, by Tikawak.
I don't know if that's intentional, but Tikawak either failed the jump on the car or just pretended to fail it. Spams out just in case there's anyone on the other side, and Zesta takes a lot of damage because of that.
Here it comes. Another Urcast multi-kill.
Zesta. Oh, Zesta still actually left alive over here. Tikawak backing off. Urcast has a chance over here to take the peak. He won't necessarily have the advantage, but Tikawak manages to avoid most of that damage to the wall. Urcast taken down. Zesta's here to trade, and with 3 people running up short, Zesta's going to have to rotate back over into the side very soon. Mick is the only player who actually provides any relevance. Zesta's flashbang might be more important than his actual life over here, and as the flashbang comes through, Mick is good for 1. Rotations from the CTs will be needed, but Mick, who somehow has gotten 3 kills from an impossible angle with a FAMAS of all things.
Well,
M4 is picked up. Ocean inside the fire. This round has got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Urcast should have been set up for a kill. He loses out his fight. Great collection from Zesta, but I mean, Mick steals the show with this one and done angle over at Goose. It's so difficult. He didn't have support from Long to draw attention away, really. And the fact he comes away with those 3 frags untraded, I mean, that it just shouldn't happen. It really just shouldn't happen. It's frequently Molotov flashed for, hard cleared, and he kills them 3 of them with a FAMAS. I would take a timeout after that one too.
Damn.
And still, it was a potentially losable round for NEXVOID, really. The fact that Oshida was inside of a Molotov while trying to run up ramp onto a low HP player, I mean, it could have gotten weird, but they dodged the worst of it. All about for Mick.
This double mid setup that they've been prioritizing is something that they're really stacking into. I mean, even Zesta taking an actual peek and long and holding it this long is... What are these shots?
Yeah, he got tagged through that smoke, and you could see he got jump scared because of it.
Zesta is blind, does give out a footstep or 2 over here, and they know how to trace him out. Will he have any sort of support coming through over here? Urcast does not have incendiary accuracy, good for 1. Zesta gets plenty of opportunities to get a kill over there, but none of them actually transpire. With 4 players staring him down, that is the expected outcome though, and now Urcast will be expected to help out. Not with a flashbang, but with just frags. These are hoping that this smoke dissipating is not going to be followed up with another one, but with Mick having a smoke in his pockets, this is going to be a slow progression at best, and regression is very challenging with Accuracy covering off the retreat.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to walk through this smoke now.
And Mick's put himself in a perfect position to try and intercept it. Push forward. Coolis has already found himself one. Tikwak makes it two with Urkas not even getting a single kill over here. He's not done enough. Mick now has to try and make a heroic effort with the AWP. Maybe somehow an even worse weapon, but the incendiary certainly helps. The problem is the lack of targets. And with the smoke dissipating back out to car, accuracy has to get involved, and fast. That involvement comes as death, not as skills. You forget that participation can go both ways, but maybe the Tech 9 can be what gives Mick a chance into this one. Coolis, an angle that should be impossible to deal with, and indeed it is. An AWP recovered for free, and Chinggis Warriors, they were kind of down in the dumps for that one until Coolis gets that critical kill to start off that procession.
Yeah, I mean, the fact they have to walk through the smoke is already pretty bad, but the fact that Coolest is able to collect that kill through the edge of the smoke, and they get the kill on Car at the same time. You know, Mick got his one as they came through that smoke, and his two teammates died in an instant around him. So, kind of couldn't ask for more from Mick, but you needed more if you wanted to give that one a real fighting chance. Fast play out long this time from the Chinggis Warriors, and they're hoping they don't get stalled out like they did in that round gone by. They'll know that they kind of got away with murder in that one. But they take long control and they fight for little else. Just positioning himself to block the smoke, and actually doesn't really succeed in his objective, but there is a small gap he could play.
Well, speaking of small gaps, Ru has found a pretty damn big one. Comes through from the side, maybe looks for two, and if he can't find it, guess what? He's got a couple more big boys behind him who can. Bomb planted, Redka stays alive despite the flames, and the CTs maybe don't challenge that actually.
That's just one of those spots where if they're guarding the edge of that smoke like that, Mick doesn't die for free. And I don't know if that was something that was communicated or what, but you know, Mick taking that challenge over the top of the boxes when they can cross is an oversight, to say the least. So I'm not sure if the communications broke down there for a second, or whether there was a responsibility there from the Rifler and Spawn to watch that gap or what, but yeah, they get totally surprised by how far Rook's already progressed, and the rest of the Chinggis Warriors were not far behind him. That's the type of round that I'd call a timeout for if I'm NEXVOID, but they won't take that route.
Look, Michael, that's Coach Urkast's responsibility, okay? Not IGL Urkast.
Yeah, but they do have a coach, right? So
I got nothing.
I think his name is Dyson, if I'm not mispronouncing that. Like Diesen. Played with them just prior to, I think, picking up Mick.
Yeah, I've heard of the name. I think he's also from strawberry farms in the UK.
He's a damn good hairdryer.
It's true. Chinggis Warriors have a lot of control because of no presence from the CTs in short over here. The CTs are going to have to make a move at some point with this double duo in middle. And it looks like they want to make a move outwards B tunnel, surprisingly enough.
It is a 3B gravitation here from the CTs. So they're doing crisscross smokes. They want to accelerate.
And in they go. The flashbangs are good, but unfortunately the shot's not quite so much. They're not able to scale up just yet. And with Urkas finding another one, Oceana's position was spotted up before Urkas actually took down Root. Tikwak will be caught out as well. Urkas continues to wreak havoc, but it is a 3 versus 3. The players on the site itself have been dealt with, and Coolest has got every opportunity in the world to give them an actual advantage. No reason to peek back out now. That's going to be Redka's responsibility. Mick's covering off that responsibility, though, and now you're in a 2 versus 2. It is honest-to-God kills, and Coolest, well, never known a man quite as honest. Quick little triple coming out into the bomb site. Couldn't be more important.
Yeah, I think they recognized that because these crisscross smokes were here, that they actually had no one that could safeguard their round. And so even though they had 3 on B, it was only really 2 that were in defense of the site itself. Urkas went to try and deal with the potential of a lurk or getting wrapped. And once they lost that sight, Coolest does all the dirty work, hitting those shots on the AWP. Even spots the player coming or trying to go into lower in this round, but yeah, he changes routes after getting spotted.
Oh. Right to the skull. Gonna back off. Refaces out for a quick little headshot as well. Oceana? It's getting a bit dangerous over here, Michael. You've got two players who really aren't healthy. Urkos in a great position. Should he take down Tikwak, this is a gun to be recovered. And even if he doesn't, there are still likely guns to be recovered. Two AKs, one player low, bomb being planted. This is a retake.
Armor on Urkast as well. And that matters.
Shot. Redcast alone, low HP. Double swing to come. He tries to take the mid side of things, going back over the window. Flashes are all he has, none of which will be deployed. Wants to take the early peek through. Urkos is down. Zesta does not have armor, so he has to get that kill instantly. That's exactly what he does. It is going to be a steal through. Mick giving so much to launch off of, but it's Urkos whose single kill on Coolest is really what pushes them over the line.
That's such a gut punch for the Chinggis Warriors. I mean, they've looked good in some of these gun rounds, just collecting on trades, but against these pistols, yeah, Mick getting far more mileage than you would expect. Push to top mid, kind of gets caught on his retreat, does his 180 headshot, and it just becomes a total scramble here for the Chinggis Warriors, who understand that those weapons have been retrieved by the CTs. They just couldn't stall long enough for the lack of kits to matter. So a lifeline, really, for NEXVOID to use that to catapult up their chances. They'll use that round as a springboard. Puts Chinggis Warriors in a pretty poor economic spot as well, where they lose this gun round, and this half could really get out of control.
Coolest. He's really putting himself on an island over here. This is entirely reliant on the rest of the teams to be able to find a couple of... Mick, throw the smoke! Yeah, he thought he'd thrown it already.
Didn't release it fast enough. He's so low now.
This is going to be an AWP that needs to back out of here one way or another. Zesta's probably going to have to use that smoke to try and help him fade away. He's even challenging on the contest just to make sure that Mick has a chance here to back off. But there's so much spray. Every single T-side player manages to empty an entire magazine in just in case they catch him. Mick is down to 10 HP.
If they had more resources, that's a kill. I mean, they probably just nade him in the corner, but he gets out on that 10 health. And Coolest is stopped from making a play out middle. Urkast is really just on a tear. I mean, 12th kill found. A great opener on short, and he gets information. He hears them re-diverting in mid.
E-Fire is still a risky problem, but 18 seconds into the clock, and E-Fire isn't going to get anything over here at all. Mick even catches him out, and now pushing through the smoke. How has Tikwak even found one? I mean, the round is over. They know where Coolest is. They can just back off and save, but... yeah. A lot of chaos on the map up here, and Urkast is hunting. Maybe a hunt that is not advisable. I am no longer giving advice, actually.
Urkast couldn't believe the audacity of that. I mean, he was knife out. He was ready to run over and grab that AWP and spawn, but it had already been nabbed by Coolest. That's the only reason he doesn't actually move to deal with him. Yeah, well, it's a pretty poor buy here for the Chinggis Warriors. As you'd expect, 3-6, they trail here on this T side. But I have to say, I wasn't expecting the Urkast masterclass. He has been honestly exceptional in this series. Why'd he even take to coaching?
This guy's got a bright future behind him in coaching.
Bright future behind him, ahead of him. Great nade from accuracy.
I bet it's a better shot from Coolest.
Yeah, I glazed him too much. He was cursed for this round.
Zesta has continually been locked out and long alone. This is the third or fourth time we're seeing him in this exact position. Now, he's got the advantage of there only being one flash available for the T side. They're not going to use it over here. Zesta will be given straight 1 versus 1 peeks out. Actually, they do. But that flash won't do anything. Zesta's an off angle. Will be given straight peeks with a shadow advantage. Spots out more. Will not be hyper committed to it, but he backs off the wrong direction. He needed to have support from Mick coming through, and with accuracy dying, Mick now feels like he's on a timer. His only advantage is the lack of flashes over here, and as he's got support coming in through middle, Oceana pulls out an Incendiary versus a very tricky Redka, who's refacing back in, had the angle advantage, but Oceana wins it anyhow. Nick's been forced off by an Incendiary, and now the bomb can be planted in this 2 versus 2. CTs will elect into M4s instead of trying to stay on the AWP, but they will stay spread apart. Mick re-interfacing through middle, they might not expect this.
Yeah, I mean, great re-aggression from Coolest. He's eliminated short as a possibility, so knows that they've taken different routes.
Oh no, this is no longer the best situation to be in. Mick now makes noise. They know where he's coming in from. Mick has to make sure that this is an angle he can cut off with the smoke. Smoke goes down. Coolest is going to have to push it through it. E-Fire as well, pushing up. But before the smoke will bloom, Coolest spots them out. 2 quick kills for Coolest. It is round number 4 for the Chinggis Warriors. What a way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, getting right back into the swing of things. Only having 3 proper rifles to combat this round. They leveraged the pistol to secure the trade out on long. Redka gets his kill on a Mac 10 and finds an upgrade. You know, they get far more out of those lower buys than other teams might. You know, great trading, great understanding of when to spring to action. And then Coolest does all the dirty work in the late round. Very interesting post-plant positions from the Chinggis Warriors, because they did leave themselves a little vulnerable in that 2v2.
Yeah.
But the players were low enough that it might not have mattered.
I do think this is one of those places where Zesta having an underperformance is starting to show a little bit more, but it's not quite glaringly obvious because there's also another hat that's not really been worn yet. It's Rue, who's 1-10.
Yeah, that's not hot. That's not good.
That's a scoreboard I don't even look at very often because I always assume that at least the bare minimum will be being accomplished. But both teams are missing a very instrumental cog in these machines. And as Mix tries to chase back out, it is flashes onto Rue. Rue will get the trade kill, but that was never supposed to be a trade. Even so, quick double picked up, and Rue will be able to start his ascent back to relevancy. With the double MP9 in front of him, this is feeling like a done deal. The CTs even trying to contest. They know that these MP9s aren't really good for much moving forward. They're fighting into it instead. Oceana will end up falling as well. Tikwak with a quick triple, and it is 5 on the board for Chinggis, lined up for the 6-6 half.
Yeah, very ambitious play there from Urcast, but understood that they had to take a risk somehow. 2v3, where they understand long control's gone and they've already rotated to the site, so yeah, tried to take the brawl, but MP9 not the best weapon suited to the job. And a pretty bad buy here for the NEXVOID side to maintain a stranglehold on this half. I mean, they've led for the most part, but could end up in another 6-6. The Chinggis Warriors out to long again, and this time it's very vacant, open for business, and that CZ able to back away at the very least. He even got spotted on the mid push. So Chinggis Warriors are on high alert.
Urcast is going to be the linchpin of this round. Chinggis Warriors might be on high alert, but there's always a chance that one little fishy slips through their net, and Urcast is hoping that he can breathe underwater. Zesta comes alive. Quick kill found. Urcast is being very slow about this ascent forward, but they're still playing distraction. Accuracy somehow gets a kill under Rue. How has this even happened? Now Urcast comes in from behind.
No way.
How has Accuracy found 2 kills with a CZ in this position? This was supposed to be a 6-6, and now all you have is your coach to try and get you to that point, but he doesn't have the bomb. It's a 1-on-3. No HP. Deagle on one side, AK and Farmers on the other. The Deagle will deal with him 7-5. Somehow NEXVOID come out of this first half with an advantage, and Chinggis Warriors will be feeling robbed as we head over to a break to find out whether they can do anything about it in that second half. A first half that ends in chaos. Welcome back to map number 3. Chinggis Warriors going up against NEXVOID for a spot in the grand finals of ECL Asia Cup number 3 for season 51. Every single one of these teams is still in contention for that EPL spot, but the question is who can get that spot versus Fungda. This is the half to decide it. From Tea Time with Michael Yumi Cassidy, and it is NEXVOID who are hoping that last round it gives them a little bit of wind in their sails.
Yeah, just maybe slightly tilts Chinggis Warriors. That's what I think. That's what they're really hoping for, because yeah, the Chinggis Warriors looked like they were going to tie things up 6-6, only to lose to a force buy, a desperate one at that. Still a smoke and a flash available here for accuracy to make some plans with. They have congregated largely outside of the B bomb site. They get blocked off on short at a decent timing. So looking like these short players might try and run distraction. One might probe into the A play while the other fights for middle. These B players will have to keep guarded about those B tunnels. 3 on B, this should be enough to address it.
Is this going to be another one of those super late round Urkos calls that are going to be coming forward? A smoke now down now to try and threaten the dropped. Urkos is certainly considering with a flashbang down under, but the push into B tunnels is going to reveal the plan. Coolest as well to even get one. And as Tikuak finds a jumping Zesta, Zesta will fall off for finding his own single kill. That's the only casualty the CTs have faced so far, but with a bomb on the ground, they feel comfortable to just settle down and try and have some moss collect on this stone. That being said, they are rolling away with it. Accuracy, too many players to deal with, and too many bullets that do not connect.
Yeah, I mean, good position for the Chinggis Warriors. Even if they get drawn slightly over double window as one player is pushing those upper tunnels, you know, they think for a moment that they might be on the wrong site, and then they see all these players in from the tunnels. So great move from Tikuak to dismount from window, get behind those boxes, and just make it very unpredictable as to how many players are actually situated on the target. Very well handled from the Chinggis Warriors. Didn't overstep. Didn't make too many sudden moves. Waited for the NEXVOID plan and dealt with it handily. Full Glocks outside of the Zesta Deagle, who we've highlighted as being a bit of a missing piece so far on this map. Say for the series as a whole, it hasn't been the most impressive Zesta showing. Inferno, things looked up. They are likely to need him, as the Chinggis Warriors need Rooks as well.
Coolest does spot out Urkos over here, and look, this is a Glock train that shouldn't do too much, but we've seen Glock trains work out before. Chinggis Warriors, they've completely let up on this A site. This bomb will be planted. You have no incendiaries. This is mildly scary, especially if Zesta hits even a single early shot and goes untraded. If this becomes a 5v4, the amount of chaos that's going to ensue is insane. And the CTs are struggling to find kills over here. It will be the T's to come out on top. Zesta, fortunately for them, is unable to land even really a single bullet over here. But I mean, look at Rue's HP, eFire's HP. This could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, they're lucky they only take one casualty for that effort. I mean, a free plant against Glocks is a bit surprising. You know, most teams probably wouldn't make that concession, but the Chinggis Warriors play for position and for the retake instead. And yeah, I mean, it was going to be a tough sell, really, for 4 Glocks and a Deagle to come out ahead if that Deag was not going to find picks rather quickly in the afterplant. But still, that's a win. That's really a win in NEXVOID's book, even if they don't get around with it. It's a very reinforced first gun round coming into the second half. Oh, they really want to prioritize the tunnels. I mean, it's a solo B player. Not much spotted, and they're a little worried that they maybe got to this timing late. Player that could be nestled in the corner. They get blocked by the smoke, and I think that actually may have been the objective. They were hoping that the early pressure, just the flash and just a bit of presence, could have drawn the util out. You have to trade a Molotov for it. Oh, they're getting blocked on most of the major avenues right now. So sure, they have access to mid and shorts. Players still lurking out towards long, but no security on any position.
I am a little bit concerned even without that security short, but just the fact that, look, you don't actually have an op. There are still a fair few flashes and a lot of utility available for the D side. This is the kind of situation where an op is supposed to be doing very well and just making sure it is an unfair duel for the T's running into the site. But now, as they tunnel in onto Kulis's position, I think Kulis is inside that pit. He should start to move away. Urkos is caught out with a great flashbang. Redka outplays him, but Kulis is caught off nonetheless. How does he get one kill there? Still a player deal with his Tikuak playing over at Goose. He is going to get one, make it 2. And that entire plan hinged on Urkos being enough of a distraction to displace those CT players. We've seen this in Inferno as well. And it didn't really always work for them.
Yeah, I mean, great urgency there from Redka. It's a bit of a crazy play to make if this is like a 3B 3 mid B split, for example, but he runs out, he full flashes Urcast, he fully clears that position, and everyone can just focus on short and long from there on out. Coolest, I think, was on high guard as soon as Redka relayed that information as well, so that might have been why he weaseled out with a kill. But yeah, that was the real concern really for NEXVOID, is that for all the early probing, they didn't find an opening kill, they didn't really get information on anyone, and so they kind of had to rely on an exec or some kind of fake to force Chinggis Warriors into bad positions, even if they weren't in great spots to necessarily support each other. They each win their fights respectively. And here on Tex, it's feeling like the round will develop fairly similarly. The Chinggis Warriors giving a lot of respect.
Mid is completely empty, but it's not going to be explored in the slightest. Respect from the Chinggis Warriors could have backfired here, but the call has been fairly straightforward from the beginning of the round, at least. That's what it feels like. We go back to that conversation of early spawn-based calling. And on a half-line, more often than not, it can be good. My god, that is not a good way to start. Met by a smoke, Redka behind it as well. Redka has had so many feasting moments. This feels like it's going to be yet another one of them. Flashes should not do anything to him at all in this position. Another HE, and he spots them out. Because of it, it is a disaster as they try and scale onto a bomb site that is impenetrable. 5 alive, and Chinggis Warriors could not feel better.
Yeah, it does feel like Redka is, especially moving into this lower bracket, just playing a bit more carefree. I mean, it's as though he's opting to take more risks because he's maybe not expecting to be the best on an individual site hold or what have you. We saw him taking isolated duels on Inferno to create opportunities. This time we see him take ambitious plays either through smokes or this time behind it. He is fully in a sink or swim kind of mentality. And right now this man's swimming.
Mongolia is supposed to be landlocked. Where has he learned to swim like this? Kulas picks up another one. And listen, we know where Kulas learned to swim. He's been swimming in success. At least as far as a couple of these maps he's played so far in Season 51 are concerned. Tikwak, big death over here. It gives Zesta a little bit more access to this round, which should have already been done and dusted. Now, it's still not easy, don't get me wrong, but Zesta being caught out with a flash in his hands makes it even worse. Now, backside of A, Urcast is still trying to make a move on. He will get the better of the player coming in, but he's just not getting peeked. Oh, the duck down, peek back over. There's actually a fight being had, and Redka again gets the better of Urcast. That head-to-head has been perfect. He's
always in the right place. He's always in the right place. Right place, right time. That's why he's the coach. All these timings, they're baked in.
A man's got 8 different watches that he's wearing.
Okay.
Unfortunately, they're starting to show. Come on, peek him. All right, he did peek him. Never mind.
Yeah,
this is doable. This is entirely doable.
The bad kill
Accuracy has a smoke as well.
There's nobody close enough by. I mean, he has full range of the site.
Oh, he's delayed it too much now at this point over here, though. Tries to take a peek now when they're both trying to line up for him. Accuracy finds it first, and now with an AK recovered! Oh! It was supposed to be rude to peek with them! Miscommunication in their midst, and a 1 versus 3 that Accuracy summons out of the ether!
Oh my god. I mean, Accuracy, regardless of whether he's been on a rifle or an AWP, he gave up AWPing duties when Mick joined the roster. But he can still do devastating stuff with this thing. He has been clutch. He has been a key clutch man for NEXVOID. And that may be the most important one yet. Game hangs in the balance. That could have been double digits for the Chinggis Warriors.
Give the man his AWP back, Mick. Come on.
Oh, he didn't kill somebody on the cross. Well, therefore your AWPing duties are rescinded.
I just want accuracy on the AWP in general. I was like, I'm not going to say it just in case he does kill someone on the cross and I'm going to look really dumb.
Mick's been doing a fine job on the AWP. Accuracy's just had more crazy
pizzazz. A little bit of a headbutt from Redka as he's being disruptive again out in middle. Under that smoke. Zesta peeks right as Coolest is doing the same. And the big green will win that one out more often than not.
Yeah, Zesta just can't catch a break. I mean, he's been bad on his timings, pulling out util when people are swinging, or this time just really struggling. I mean, in general, even if he's expecting a duel. Being a man down, 40 seconds. That clock is bleeding. Bomb resetting now onto short, but Redka's in a position where he can respond quite quickly. Now, smoke down on the mid to B. He throws one himself and gets drawn over, so he actually cannot stop this short play. He's still mantling in the smoke.
Oceana finds Sikwak over here. Redka wants to come in behind on the timing. And with the AWP being the player who's been left behind to play oversight, Redka is a man who can still unlock this entire round. That's exactly what he's done. There's 8 seconds on the clock. They just barely pick up the bomb. And Mick can't do anything with the AWP to play a true oversight as eFire finds himself another one. Root pushes in, and that bad game will be forgotten if this is where you step up. Mick in a 1-on-2 will not get it done. That round's on Redka again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how this guy is getting so much impact. He's in the right place. He's in all the wrong places, rather, for NEXVOID. You know, he's behind smokes, he's in smokes, he's doing these crazy moves that are incredibly ambitious, but he's catching all the timings. Back's exposed, he sees that clock is running low and that they need to get the plans. It was a total scramble on this bomb site, and it's all due to the fact that that bomb is dropped by Redka. Even if Rooks didn't really know where that bomb was planted or where the player got off into in sight, once he gets that kill, I mean, it was just incredibly difficult to recover. This is a very brawly, scrappy game, whether it's been in the starter rounds or in the end. It's a great opener from Mick this time over those opening picks for the Chinggis Warriors. They've been extremely elusive.
He's aware of the push forward, but he doesn't know how close the second man is. Does he realize there's two? He does, but Tikwak still takes it away. 3 versus 4, and Zesta recovers. This should be round number 9. This should be a chance of for NEXVOID to equalize.
They're just so spread, though. I mean, 1 minute 15 on that clock. The bomb is dropped out towards long, and they have to pull players away from where they were on their map control default. Just because they want to keep that man advantage as best they can, give themselves the chances to trade. But it opens up a lot of the field for these 2 remaining Chinggis Warrior members to explore if they so choose. But they are bunkering down into the B bomb site in an effort to save instead. Well, if only every round could be this simple.
Yeah, it's when you get kills delivered to you back in your spawn.
Yeah. I mean, a real pace change from the Chinggis Warriors to take as many fights as this. This is one of the first times we see them even really explore top middle like this. There's something that NEXVOID actually did a fair amount of times on their CT side. They didn't get caught quite as badly as the Chinggis Warriors. So they bring it within 1. 10 rounds to the good for the Chinggis Warriors. 9 for NEXVOID.
Chinggis Warriors have done so much right on their CT sides, but it is going to be at this critical junction where they could still have everything slip away from them. That difference between being 6-6 and 7-5, this is where it haunts you the most.
Yeah, they know their opportunities are fleeting now as well. Money will be reset if they lose this one. It'll be a tie game. They know they're not in a great position. That wouldn't be a premium buy, really, for the NEXVOID side if they also lose this gun round, but...
Yeah, but less risk than the other side for sure, especially with the possibilities of bomb plants. And they want that possibility to transpire at the very least. NEXVOID are keeping it simple. Guys, you see that B-bomb site? I want you to contact right into it. There is Coolest sitting and waiting, but this is not a comfortable angle for Rue to peek. Coolest was behind him. Rue couldn't actually stand up, and they lose 3 kills as easy as that.
Maybe it really can be that simple. What a time to call a contact walkout to be. That is absurd. The Chinggis Warriors, by the way, have not been just insta-molotoving and smoking off those tunnels in normal gun rounds. They've been fighting. You know, we've seen times where Rooks is just is fighting raw alongside his teammate, you know, playing high-low setups. They've been trying to isolate that duel over at B in a number of rounds. And this is the round that they're playing defensive behind boxes, waiting for util at the very least before they peek anything. And because that's their prompt, and those smokes don't come out because it's a full contact play, they just get absolutely ran over. Oh my god, eFire survived. He got dinged at the very end of the round, but he survived.
That op is going to be a bit of a noose around their neck, possibly, though. If they buy around this is scary. Okay, they're going for a half buy. They're not really fully committing into it, but they're giving themselves a chance, at the very least. I would have loved to see a few more flashes coming into this one, but we need Coolest to activate, and it's over in a boost to mid that he goes. There's no one in suicide. It is going to be a straight play into long. Arcast has his eyes set on A, but that's where Coolest does as well.
Still kind of flying off of minimal info. I mean, they've seen 2 flashes, 1 smoke over for long. And a smoke and a Molotov, that could all have been thrown by one guy, for all they know. Okay, now confirmation, at least on a secondary player. Hope of Coolest spotted as well.
There are 4 players over here for the CT side. Coolest is in a very good position to continue fighting forward. But he actually places himself quite aggressively for now. Yeah. He could be nabbed and taken away immediately, and that's exactly what ends up happening. Mick gets the better of him on the AWP. You've lost out your main threat, and now the CTs are feeling more toothless than a snail. You ever seen a snail with teeth, Michael? Well, I haven't.
Yeah, probably a scary sight, to be honest. I mean, you understand the thought process of Coolest there. I mean, he's got the strongest weapon. He sees that it's a cross smoke. He's just hoping that he can pick one off and somehow survive and try and play from the bomb site from there on out. But yeah, he just gets decimated. He doesn't even really forecast the round properly because they're walking really close to him. He's all eyes set on pit. Tigwax a free kill.
We've said that a lot in these past 3 rounds about free kills being given over to the NEXVOID side, but now 11-10 up. They will not have an op for the CT side. That investment in the previous round is impactful, actually. They are going to be very dry on utility as well. They have, what, 2 flashes across the bunch?
This doesn't feel good. I mean, regardless of what they did in that last round, I mean, they would have had to try and either angle for an overtime where they had a bit more of these resources, or... yeah, go for a buy like this. They don't opt for a timeout. So they'll have to make do, because if they lose this round, you think this buy is bad. The next one will be way worse.
There have been so many critical moments where The Chinggis Warriors feel like they've done everything right, only for things to slip away from them. Now they'd like to be able to do things wrong and still luck into a round. This is not an impossible situation. 4M4s, there is respect in that. That's good, honest work. But they might need to have some skullduggery involved to actually win this.
We've definitely seen... Oh, great. Molotov and push play there for accuracy. But we've seen both teams actually succeed when they've had limitations in their buy throughout this entire series. So
Yeah.
What's more limiting than being down to 4 players?
They are also dealing with the T-side double op that has been maintained. Coolest wants to make a move. We've always talked about how he's the guy to look at when you're in a numbers disadvantage. This is as much of a disadvantage as you can imagine. Redka is no longer nearby to try and be up to his shenanigans. So now on a timer, E-Fire feels the heat in more ways than just one. A flash overhead and he plays blind, caught out completely, not a single frag. It is going to be the save called out over here for Chinggis Warriors, and it does not feel good even asking for it.
And NEXVOID they should hunt. Absolutely. I mean, they get this plant in easily enough. They find the weakened bomb site. They know that these weapons are going to be in high demand for the CTs. And so they're spreading out, fanning out to see if they can collect these weapons out of the hands of the Chinggis Warriors. They know the ramifications. Mick doesn't spot Coolest as he makes his way up to short. Coolest is just linking up with his teammates over to long, and in doing so, he actually leaves himself somewhat exposed. Yeah, back open, so Coolest drops that AWP. They'll have to fight for this. It's a knife out. Tikawak clears a path, and so Redka can upgrade. And they have found an exit route for at least a couple of these weapons. I don't know if a couple will quite cut it. Oceana? Oh, he actually had a chance if he just hard cleared Redka in that position. There'll just be a consolation frag for the coach stepping in for the Chinggis Warriors. He's had a really strong series, all things considered. But he has to really step up and help the rest of the gang right now. 2 rounds where NEXVOID could close things out in what has been a pretty grueling best of 3.
Deep flash through from E-Fire. Now, MyQ knows that this is a matter of patience, and Ruth has taken so much damage already. He's been having a rough game, but now does manage to fight back despite the low HP. And now, CTs are calling in the correct rotations. They have to worry about Urkas coming in from behind, though. He's put himself in a great position. This entire play, the sacrifice even one player was to enable Urkas. But Redka keeps on showing who the better coach is on the server, not behind it.
That's crazy that he gets away with that kill. That is so ridiculous. Also, that Rooks managed his frag on the MP9. He got tagged by the AWP. They knew about both positions on that B-bomb site. And they don't get either kill.
And now you're going to get to see the disadvantages of having a double up.
Yeah.
On the T side.
To be quite honest, they might actually just... It seems weird to do it. And given how much money they have, I actually object to this route. But they actually might angle a save.
Never mind, they've got an M4. Game back on. Redka's made the call, though. This is the easiest 3-man stack on the B-bomb set that he's ever asked for.
Okay, Maker's setting up util. They're going to have to rely on out-fragging. I mean, they've got 3 on B.
Oh, God, they just don't have time. This is impossible.
Really
Position revealed. Accuracy needs to hit the best shots of his life, and he might just start off blind. In fact, he might have just done it. Oh no, Rooks on 26. You're gonna regret not finishing your lunch, Mick, because it turns out it's come back to eat you instead.
Okay, I mean that almost gets way too weird. 5 on 3 and 3 on B, and it was almost not enough. Rooks is looking down the line and just thinking, guys, I started this round at a handicap. Don't make me have to 4K, but goddamn, he did it.
Rooks has started this game on a handicap, Michael. He was 6 and 16 before that round, and every time I've thought about even mentioning that, you know, he was 1 and 10. Rooks comes through with a big like triple kill. Now he's 6 and 16, comes through with a big quad kill. These high impact rounds have been keeping them in the game, but man, I wish Rook had been giving us maybe a little bit more of them.
Hey, but we talked about him against Fengda. In
It's
these
true.
dire moments, that's where he seemed to really step into his element.
And veterancy, one way or another, will show.
Well, he comes away with a 4K on an MP9 into rifles, and he decides it's open time. Oh, God, that's a bad frag to give away, but nice trade from Tikawak. Flashes are great from the tees, though. It's layered. Tikawak blinded and out in the open. Meanwhile, Roots is clearing things over towards B. Coolest, great shot into short, but has to back himself away. So he's just fighting out in the open. Mick trading through that smoke. Back to 2-on-2.
Incendiary and E5 has managed to evade it. Wants to come in from behind the smoke while the bomb is being planted. This should be overtime. The Chinggis Warriors are able to secure, but Zesta now waits for the push through. Oh no, Rook comes in instead, and they don't know how close E5 is, so Mick's never going to have a chance. It is 12-12 guaranteed. Chinggis Warriors will not go down without at least securing overtime.
Oh my God, I can't believe it. I can't believe they get away with it again. Anytime it looks like NEXVOID are in position to close things out, the Chinggis Warriors just give a little bit more. Coolest fighting out in the open for those smokes. He knows his teammates are miles out. They can provide no support, so he just stands and fights.
That's also just great awareness from Coolest coming out of it there, yeah.
Yeah, if he doesn't win one of those fights, I mean, the odds on the retake are so much thinner.
And the thing is, Oceana was on 30 HP, right? He spots out Coolest from on top of the smoke because Coolest jumps up, but the reverse is also true. So Coolest knows that there's a player that's going to be spamming him or coming from him far behind, and when he doesn't, he immediately turns back, takes the initial fight towards short in case there's going to be a flank out from the side. He knows which duel to take and whips around. There's no question of, hey, do I get to retreat or not? He knows he's dead. It's just about who is he taking with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's been some slow starts for Coolest in these maps, but when he's on, he's on. You know, we were looking at some of the game against Fengda, where on Mirage, you know, it felt like he was getting a lot of chances and a lot of missed opportunities as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, he reads the situation right. He hits the shots he needs to, and puts his team in a great position to win. That should have been the knockout punch for NEXVOID, though. That will sting. I mean, they come away ahead on the trades, and to think the only thing that stood between them and an open bomb site was this damned Coolest and an AWP.
I mean, look at how many rounds that they've lost in just these past 2 rounds, right? Like the way it is, if Rooks dies over there to mix up instead of getting, you know, shot through the wall, that round might just be over. You know, you actually do manage to break into the bomb site that way or whatnot as well.
Yeah, or if they just managed to actually scale off of that opportunity properly, because they knew about both players on the B bomb site and then got blitzed by utility. And if not for the fact that Rooks got his kill on an MP9, you know, then he's not alive to see the 4K.
Yep.
Yeah, huge
so
individual moments here for the these are huge individual moments, and you know, regardless of whether or not Redka is getting multi kills, you know, some of the things he's been doing, honestly, he's just been like a super annoying player.
There've been like 5 or 6 rounds where he's just won. Like the first 4 gun rounds, I think that Chinggis Warriors wins. Redka was instrumental to every one of them.
Mm-hmm. He's just getting the one key kill he needs to, or a couple of kills around a smoke or something, and yeah, that nobody is any the wiser. He did kind of give himself away in a 3v1, but can't be perfect.
So did 2 other people, right?
Well, yeah. I'd say accuracy worked a little harder for those ones.
It's true. It's true.
Been really impressed though through the series with Tikawak.
Yeah,
he's been a very consistent output player for the Chinggis Warriors. Been key in getting a lot of these trades back and getting them back into advantages as well. He has still lost opening duels, and he positioned himself a little weird one time outside of the long doors. But outside of that, these are small things for what is a young player with a clearly strong ceiling. And I think because of all the overtimes with how long this series has drawn out, I wonder if this was a designated bathroom break for the gang.
Well, everyone does seem to be spamming Q really hard now, so.
Hey, but some of them are back. I don't see. I don't know if Tikawak's been quick switching.
So we have actually been given a little bit of word. There is a small issue with the camera situation going on right now, so we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. It'll let you get all teed up for this incredible overtime that's going to be coming. Remember, this has been clutches on both sides. This has been over performances from coaches. This has been 1 in 10 players, 6 and 16 players showing up for multi-kills in key moments. No one knows what's going to happen come overtime, so you best be waiting around for it. We're going to a break. We're going to be back very soon. As soon as that camera is back on, we will be as well. Welcome back. It's almost time for overtime in the last map of the lower bracket final for ESL Challenger League Season 51. The third Asia Cup is about to have its second finalist. Chinggis Warriors and NEXVOID remain to decide between them. This has been a very close affair so far. And let's see how it actually fares heading into overtime. This is Chinggis Warriors, who might be feeling a little bit good about themselves after those last few rounds that they have stolen from NEXVOID.
Yeah, and it's these two Mongolian teams that are waiting to see if they can fight off against a Chinese squad that have been able to find some success as of late. But this overtime, it's all about who's maintained good form. Mick catches Rook, something he missed out on in a round gone by, and the P90, oh my god, the HE from EFire is fantastic, and he whittles down 2 before they even breach the bomb site, make it 3, a combo between him and Redka, but goes out swinging for even more. As it comes down to a 2-on-3 here for those T players. They are battered, bruised, but they do have enough room to get a plant.
The CTs have a metric ton of utility. And if Tikuak aims this correctly, this is going to be a very difficult postbound for the T side. Incendiary already starts to funnel Zesta away from Magic's right into Redka's shot through. That is clean, but Mick now needs 2 more, and he'll get 2 more, but they're above him, not below him, which is how he wanted it to be. Chinggis Warriors, fantastic recovery mission between EFire and Redka, double kills apiece, and you couldn't ask for more.
This is what I'm saying about Redka and the way that he's playing. I mean, they're trapped behind a door smoke over at B. They're funneled towards window, and instead of just all making it through the window, he walks through the right side, or rather the left side from Mick's point of view, of that smoke and catches the player that gets displaced by Coolest Molotov. It's just one of those things where there are so many players that would try and make the correct decision or the right play for them because they're judged so much more on their performance. I feel like Redka is just playing balls to the walls Counter-Strike at times, and he's succeeding in catching these awkward timings, these plays that not many other players would make.
Tricky jump shot over here for EFire that he's committing out to. Mick has managed to find a couple of kills in these moments. EFire, though, with a flashbang, rather with a smoke and a grenade, will dissuade the T side from going for more. Now, this B-bomb set that has been a target for NEXVOID needs to maybe be something they stray away from.
Yeah, I mean, for all the pumping up I was doing for Redka from that round, it was largely just due to the success of EFire. The nade he got into those tunnels, the fact he stayed alive for as long as he did, and found a couple targets to pick off. Couldn't have asked for more from him.
I mean, he's 18 and 11 right now. He's definitely been a sleeper carry in a lot of these defenses, especially.
He was big on his B-bomb side as well on Inferno.
Yeah. Coolest pushes forward to enable Tikuak for a little while longer. That smoke timing could not be better, but they have abandoned the A side for it. They are going to funnel in completely into long, and that also means that there's a possibility of a mid to B exploitation, but that's not what they're looking for. The smoke hasn't gone out for it, but the applesauce is going to be summoned through, perhaps after a kill from Mick, and that kill is found. Redka finally missteps, and with the smoke now down for the mid to be hit, it is going to be peeking out for EFire. EFire will take the peek, but Rooks, how has he gotten 3 kills on the players coming up? Mick is left alone. He is bewildered. He is frustrated. He is confused. Rooks has gone from 1 and 10. He has gone from 6 to 16 to now 15 and 17.
Yeah,
I mean, 5 rounds.
An insane recovery, really, from Roots, and they all line up for him. They throw flashes. They're ready to double swing, both peeking from window and doors, and we've seen that blow up in previous games. Maybe not this one in particular, but those B site players are under so much scrutiny. Even if they make the right call like that, for them to go untraded for Roots to get a triple is absurd.
Flashes galore, and it's trying to fight early. The CTs will lose that one out, though, and they will back off immediately. Their venture abandoned.
Look at what EFire's done over at B, though. He's fully cleared out the upper tunnels.
Oh, and mid-smoke, and Urkost actually backs off over towards upper tunnels. EFire's position should not be expected over here. If EFire gets this immediate kill, he'll be able to tell them that this is going to be his commitment out to the site. Urkost is gone. Mick will trade, though. So with Coolest down, this site defense becomes all the more difficult. You don't have anyone on the site itself. So Rooks pushes forward, looking for a play to be made. but that is going to lead to his death instead. Redka watching out for the players pushing through the smoke. There were certainly possibilities for a double kill, but he doesn't have the hands for it. Even if he did position himself well. E-fire, an incendiary underneath him, no chance of contending with this bomb plant. And position revealed over here as well. This should be the end of the round for him. He's done all he could, but he realizes that this was just not his round to fight for.
Yeah,
He'll
creeping
still
up in
give it
this.
a gander.
Yeah, I mean, not much more you can do, but he's walking into a crossfire of death. Awful miss, but Zesta will collect a triple kill for Zesta, who's had a bit of a quiet game himself, but finding the impact where he needs to get a round here on that overtime. A bit of a desperate set of moves from both Rooks and Redka, but they realized they were in a pretty dire situation. They needed a big playmaking opportunity. They could have rotated safer is the problem. They could have jumped up those boxes, played the site, and had 2 on that A bomb site for that actual assault. Still, it was 1 misstep out of the 3 rounds that are pieced together, 2 in favor of the Chinggis Warriors as they set themselves up now for a T-side half. Been a bit of time, obviously, since they've played this half of the map, but hoping that they don't encounter too many crazy, tricky moves. That's really been the forte of the Chinggis Warriors, less so for NEXVOID.
Neither team really has much control anywhere. Zesto's put himself in a position in the long that's been largely untenable, and Redka, oh, he stays alive there. Accuracy felt like he'd gotten the kill. Instead, it is a little bit too difficult to do so. Flashes out in the middle, and the crisscross smokes are going to be giving a little bit more space out for Rue and Coolest to make a move through. Oceana on the other side gets a backstab in, switches out for the AK, right back over to the B-bomb site. Cannot double up. That was a necessity. Tikuak will take away 2, and Coolest's position is now going to activate. He's given information that the remaining 2 CTs are split up. It's a done deal for Chinggis as they will find 15. Urka still makes it a possibility. A smoke to block out 2 of these players and a grenade inside it makes Coolest feel ever so much more unsafe. They might know there's more where that came from. They certainly suspected, but Zesta has a kit and Redcut doesn't have HP. He was tagged up earlier on. Accuracy might have given the call as well. Redcut doesn't even try to peek through. It is 14 aside. That should have never happened.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm surprised Redcat didn't even try and challenge it. I mean, it wasn't a great planting position for him in the tunnels. He's so low HP, but it's overtime. He probably should have given it a gander. The fact that Urkas slides in just as Tikuak is thinking about throwing util, I think, over to his player at the backside, that's kind of crazy because they do realize that Coolest was that player in mid and that there should have been that second player in the tunnels. Fast play out towards long this time over. They're barreling through the smokes and Tikuak and Rooks collect immediately on the control. Bit of a dance inside of zone. Yeah, a bit of a dance inside of middle, so it's delaying the rotations.
Accuracy's made a lot of noise over here. He has to come back in from behind. I think they know where he is. Tikuak is certainly playing like he does. But the problem is there's a backstab on a backstab, and Redka's been suspected. Suspicions are confirmed. But it will not matter. They are given the chance to back off over here. Mick suspected over at car, but the T's will re-navigate away back to B.
Yeah, a pretty rough position to be in, really. Smoke and Molotov on the A-bomb site. They were looking to reinforce it. They hope they continue forward. Ocean, that's a pretty solid kill to get on the blow of the smoke. Flash through. Root's not caught, and neither Redka. So no real success from the remaining 2 CTs. Chinggis Warriors, after trailing, they weren't sure if they'd make it to the overtime in the first place, but in the first OT, they find themselves in a position where they can close and steal this series away. these spawn calls, these fast decisions that either team is willing to make, it can be really profitable, but it can also lead to your demise.
Arcos is completely blind. How? No, Zesta's the one who actually ends up getting the kill over here and backs off. 1 for 1 is not bad, especially with the damage it's dealt to the Chinggis Warriors. But the CTs, they don't go back to the site here. Mixed smoke is going to be completely useless. Atisa chasing past and over. They want to make this a quick pop, but the grenade will finish off Rooks over here. Incendiary doesn't go to Gandalf, and the CT Incendiary does separate Tikua from the rest of the team. Redka cannot close the distance. CT Incendiary fades, but Redka will fade away, taken down, and the bomb will hit the ground. It should be fighting back for a second overtime. My goodness, how do they keep on doing it, Michael?
I mean, just as it is profitable, it can also be a stalemate. And I mean, this time they don't overcommit. The players were blind, running through smokes in the round that went by previously. And this time they cut their losses after one. And like you said, there was so much damage done to the Chinggis Warriors just in their effort to take long quickly that an HE blows one up. They don't feel that confident progressing into the bomb site. They're getting harassed by Molotovs as well. So yeah, it's far from comfortable.
Tesla's also been giving some massive contribution now that we've entered into overtime, but that contribution has been eliminated. You know what? From beyond the grave, why don't you just cook out Coolest?
Yeah, you know what? Another 1 for 1. They didn't even need to fire shots to finish off the job.
And Rooks is low. This time the smoke is on time.
I don't know if this helps them or makes things worse. Accuracy has pushed the lower tunnels with an AWP. And so he'll try and eliminate options, but they're going to creep the smoke, and they almost catch Urcast in complete no man's land. In fact, he lands 2, but Ocean empty-handed. Mick will miss his shot, and so eFire comes away with this critical triple. And so that lower tunnel's presence from Accuracy is all that remains. Makes his way to short, but an Incendiary that will land at his feet, and while he banks a nade, he does some damage. He doesn't finish the job onto eFire.
Incendiary will do the job, though. It brings it back to 1 versus 1, and Accuracy over here has Redka running through the Molotov to find the vision advantage. Chinggis Warriors off the back of another big triple from eFire. And we'll be able to take that first round of the second overtime.
He has been all reliable, whether it's been trades, just anchoring. He's been doing a fantastic job this series of just getting his kills and multiplying that to the nth degree, whatever seems to be necessary in those moments. Not always come away with like the flashiest, most explosive kills per se, but doing what he needs to in finding these isolated targets and hitting the shot. Could be a little gap. They're inside the tunnels, setting up on a default. They're expecting something different here from NEXVOID, and well, they'll catch the aggression over towards the longhouse.
Chinggis Warriors is called as you listen. We've done a lot of spawn calling. Now let them do some and trip over their own feet. This double up means that you have to be aggressive. You do not have a choice about this one. In 4 versus 5, if you do not find contact, the T's coming in before they make it to the site, you are not going to find any successful contact.
Yeah, Accuracy gets funneled away because of the smoke.
Oh, MIQ misses out on the off shot, and Urkas will lose the duel to Redka yet again. It is a 5-on-2, and as good as Accuracy's been in a lot of these situations, I don't think this is going to be one of them.
Yeah, they want to save this orb.
Purchasing into those double ops is coming back to bite them. Chinggis Warriors are now going to be going up against, well, they can still go for an ob. Zester can drop it, but he'll be resigned to an MP9 himself, and well, that's exactly what he's been asked to do.
I mean, you just see the weapons that Chinggis Warriors have to work with, and
yeah,
I know we talked about that at the start of the series. It didn't necessarily always come to fruition. Some of the pieces seem to lag behind. But if in terms of reliability, that's what the Chinggis Warriors have. I mean, they've got so many different pieces that are stepping up to the plate, even if that is what is supposed to be their coach.
Yeah, the 6th best player on the Chinggis Warriors is currently fragging higher than almost everyone on NEXVOID. Give him another kill and Urkus will be left behind too.
Certainly helps when Tikawak's on 31 as well.
Every little bit helps, but every big bit helps even more. Urkus wants to provide one of those bigger bits as he bites off Rooks. Fire takes a lot of damage, but he will still get the kill, and with that he's found a completely empty B bomb site. Well, this feels like home. Why don't I just sit here and anchor, actually?
It's just a total panic rotate, though, from NEXVOID. I mean, they're trying to address this B bomb site. They're expecting a reroute, but Chinggis Warriors haven't moved.
But the problem is that at the same time, this leaves EFire alone. If EFire goes down quickly, then suddenly this becomes a very powerful position for accuracy, and they are neglecting him. They're choosing to completely avoid him. Urkus clears out the top of tunnels, and now the T's have waited too long. Now they're worried about the backstab, because so many times Urkus has been the one to push up from behind. They don't actually think they can rotate, Michael.
EFire kind of has to make the next move here. I mean, his teammates are so detached, and if the long side doesn't work out, then what's the point in having this B lurk?
Coolest is playing contact with the Tech 9. They'll have the Molotov coming through, but accuracy isn't pushed away from it. 2 kills already found, and accuracy is reminding them of his prowess on the big green. EFire will fall, and what was supposed to be a done deal is in fact going to be stolen away. That threat that Urkus has established lurks so long in the back of their mind that they completely neglected their advantage.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, to be honest. I mean, that's one of those positions where you just have to have faith you've made the right decision. EFire has done the hard job. He sees and hears no reaction over on that B-bomb site, and they feel like they're pinned in long. I mean, even if they were 3-man walking back through the longhouse, what, are you scared Urkus is going to triple kill you? I mean, it seems a little ridiculous that EFire didn't make a move sooner and that they paused for as long as they did.
Whew, accuracy's feeling good about himself. He can do it all.
Yeah, it just needs a motivating round. I mean, those kills on the AWP are certainly one way to do it, but we've seen him after clutch rounds also just have following great entries or rounds that seem to stack up. He's a momentum player.
Rooks is playing such a dangerous game over here. With that secondary op, he's pushing all the way up. Accuracy will get the better of him. No questions asked over here. There's no way to get this kill. Accuracy finds a second opener, and Rooks doesn't even get information. That's the worst part. The CTs are not going to have to split up. No matter where NEXVOID go, this should be a 5-1-2 at worst.
Just got to make the right call. They will be 2 on one side of the map. That is a guarantee. Right now, that is the A-bomb site, but they're starting to lean over through spawn. If they throw a mid to B, Redka could just run right through it.
They've thrown a mid to B and a long cross smoke over here, so the only real option left is short. They push forward. They find themselves one. Is this going to be another CT miracle to transpire in a 3 versus 5? And now as they head over to B, EFire has hidden himself away, puts out one as well, and through the smoke, Redka gets the second. Accuracy has to clutch. How much will you ask of him? He found the openers, now needs the closers. Pushing through the Molotov is Redka's only option over here. He doesn't take it now. Accuracy has advantage of position. Double swing comes in from window. He's good for only one more. What more can one guy do? Oh my god.
I mean, yeah, there's no way to sugarcoat that. A 5-on-3 that just simply should not fall out of favor. And yet, it's the same culprits. Redka, Tikuak. I have to say, again, just the impact Redka seems to get is unwarranted. But we're happy to see it.
This is like a mirror matchup being put up, but it's 2016 and everything I see in a mirror on a screen is just ass.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty painful.
Well, they've had incredible rounds with these last two.
Yeah. These man advantage situations should be capitalized on. I mean, the teams have been doing a solid job this series, actually making sure that's the case. But as we've gotten deeper and deeper into this best of 3, that pressure is mounting. Cool is under some pressure now over at Long. Takes a lot of damage to the spam. He does escape with his life. I just get that feeling this is going to be a knockout punch here for the Chinggis Warriors. Jump spot. 2 times over. Accuracy doesn't pull the trigger.
Just in case there's going to be a third.
Seconds.
Oh, what? Huh? Redka just gets a quick kill and drops the bomb over here. Rotation for the CTs now need to start coming forward, but they're worried about what could be there in middle. AG's as well chasing past what is supposed to be the T-side entry point. Coolest now has a chance to shine, now has a chance to find success, and as he takes down Urkast, he might have, but they make the wrong call. They think this is a recession from the T-side back to middle. Instead, the bomb is making its way over to A, and Coolest is no longer relevant in this bomb site. He tries to take position up above on the elevator, but loses his life immediately. NEXVOID have threaded the needle of A, and Rooks and EFI are left to hang out in CT and short and hope that a mistake will be made, but the flash is good. They don't get the full cross out over. EFire takes point number 1, and they need Zesta to move in and actually play cover fire. Zesta gets EFire, and Rooks, well, he's left alone. Opt to take him away. Mick with the triple, and it's 17 on the board as the fight for the 3rd overtime continues.
Oh, these rounds always just feel like they're strung together with duct tape. I mean, the fact that Coolest gets that kill and, you know, he sees that player running away, that's why he thinks it's a sell to a sort of mid-B split or something of the sort. And just because of that little bit of misinformation, they're out of position. They're expecting the wrong thing. Oh, good tag from Mick.
There's my primary opper.
I have to say, I mean, Mick got 3 kills on that AWP last round, but really the key one was accuracy, allowing the cross for the rest of the team up to that A bomb site. If he missed that op shot, it felt like the round was done. Now, bomb is in spawn, and no one's in really a great position to go back and pick that thing up. Mick will give his position just to make sure that they have hands on that package. You can see just the way that they're spread out there. They were anticipating something a little aggressive here from the Chinggis Warriors. That is not the case. Same setup as the round gone by.
Redka's grenade is going to be very good. Incendiary to follow up as well. But again, the grenade incendiary combination isn't followed up into exploration in the middle. He wants to maybe even try and take a peek behind the smoke, but now Redka isn't feeling quite as adventurous. They need Tikuak to start making rotation coming over, and time's not on their side with the other incendiary picked up. No. How are you meant to move past? The smoke is now working against you. The smoke will be used to pop open, rather the grenade is used to pop open the smoke, but accuracy is the one who isn't blinded. And HE on their bodies, it is juice on the floor as Coolest is squeezing them dry. Only 2 remain, and Chinggis Warriors will burn inside the flames to prevent themselves from slipping into a 3rd overtime. A grand finals rematch confirmed. Chinggis Warriors finally put away NEXVOID.
Yeah, I mean, a hell of a fight from both teams, but we see towards the end, the pressure starts to get, honestly, both sides, whether it's over rotations, rapid calling. I mean, the multi-kills we got out from so many different players, these rounds that look like they're unlosable but end up being lost. There were a lot of twists and turns that this series took, and to be honest, I mean, both would have been disappointed regardless of how this concluded. Neither is going to be too satisfied even with the win because of how scrappy things are, and they've got a Fengda in that upper bracket that are simply waiting in that grand final. Seeing these issues riddle both teams Bengda will be licking their lips. They didn't seem like they were the type that would make as many errors as that, but that's the type of thing that can happen in derbies in particular. I mean, both these teams fighting tooth and nail throughout.
There was clearly so much in the way of just counter-reading and anti-stratting and all of the other things that come into a 35-round long game. Exceptional, but also sometimes just terrible as well, right? You're seeing both sides of things, and that's exactly what you want to see. But for NEXVOID over here, they unfortunately fall on the wrong side of that coin. They will be falling out in the lower bracket in third place, and they know how close that ends up being. The idea that they lose their map pick as the underdogs, and it's still going to be a game that goes that damn close. NEXVOID will be ruining a couple of those rounds. They're going to be keeping them awake at night for a few more weeks. Of course, for NEXVOID, they will have one more chance to try and get themselves into the going for qualification straight to ESL Pro League for the ESL Asia Season 31 finals over here. That'll be with Cup number 4. But that being said, Cup number 4 will be later on tomorrow. It is the grand finals for Cup number 3. It is Fangda versus the Chinggis Warriors to decide whether or not Fangda can do it twice, not just in terms of beating Chinggis Warriors, but also being Asia Pacific Cup champions twice over. That being said, we can only answer that question come tomorrow. For now, for tonight, it is 1 a.m. in China. It is maybe a little bit better time for me, but no time is as good as the Counter-Strike time we're going to get tomorrow at 9 p.m. Chinese time. I believe it should be 12 o'clock European time, and everyone else, figure it out, guys. You're smart enough for this one. We're going to be sending things home over here now. It's been myself, Tea Time, and Michael Yumi Cassidy taking it away. One more match remains in this Asia Cup. Make sure you tune in for it tomorrow.